So let's start today with cooldowns. That should be done first. I don't want it. 24, by the way. It's 80. Well, I have the fat loss hood already. Alright. 21, 10, 12. That is... So I'm back. Hey nerdy, hey return my shoes. Oh, you spent cheers? How to spend points anymore? Bits. You spend at least 40 bits. Thanks for this. And what you mean with how to spend points anymore? Is the button vanished or what? Mm. I mean, you did it before that you spent more bits, or is there something missing in my stream? First of all, want to can tell how many want to spend. You can't decide how many bits you invest. What is this? Is it new on Twitch or what is it? Oh, close. Yeah, figure it out later. Don't have to hustle now. Or maybe should look up in a different stream because I of course can't grant me myself bits. How does it look like? So, plan for today is after I clear up my my cooldowns. Is that I will go on leveling with my priest. Oh, thanks for the subscription, Return my shoes. That is a subscription, not bits. Hopefully that was not a misclick in any form. No, it was meant. Thank you very much. By the way, two of the most recently watcher are here. How does the audiobook playing affect you? Is it good? Is it bad? I have the feeling that I got less and less people watching the stream with the audiobook running? Is it only a feeling? Is it just a bad timing?
Greetings.
That can go. That can go. That can stay.
Farewell.
By the way, part 5 starts today. I only need 2 more clothes bags. Ausgeblendet? I'm way behind on all this. So don't want to watch the stream as I don't want to spoil the book. Ah, okay, that makes sense, of course. Yeah, that is a drawback. But also on the YouTube videos, the views was way less than. I mean, I never had tons of views, but I had at least some views. But it goes by half. It feels like for me. With the audiobook, and that is not the way it should be. I mean, maybe the audience don't want to see the audiobook. That comes to my mind. Minus. Why I can't allow your sentence? Ausgeblendet was one of the suspended words. What? Are you kidding me? The auto mod is not very good. Oh, let's get at least 4. But now that I started the audiobook, it also don't feel like I should change something there. When if you say you follow it, but you're way behind, then of course, I mean, how should I let it run?
May the stars guide you.
So, first of all, the rogue gets his third. back. So after I finish the 4th back of my rogue, everyone has 4 backs. Or Hunter has only 3, of course. At this point, I should save the moon close, because I will need it at 60. I'm listening to the words. Okay. All right. At least someone is watching. I mean, as long as people don't watch the stream just because they hate to hear audiobook running. That could be the other solution. That why this is happening. So I have only 3 Felclows left. I can't farm Felclows by myself. Yeah, okay. Anyway, today is the 5th, so 4 days more. It's the 9th for the mage. Let's lock the rogue and the druid. Yeah, I start audiobook in like 5 minutes when I'm. Where is it here? When I'm starting to level. Oh, wait a minute. I can use my Hearthstone here. I think it's Feather Moon. Yeah. I yesterday tried to find out how a druid is properly equipped and geared out on 60 so it can make dungeons. But the problem is every source that I found was more. Wait a minute, that's a level pack. Is of course based on raiding and stuff. Not quite what I was looking for, and if you look, for example, tank guides for the druid, it's most likely that they say, hey, avoidance on druid is very bad because you don't build up threat enough and stuff. That is not my concern. Oh. Cable got plugged out.
Charging battery.
That is not my concern because I don't care. I mean, I don't have to get whole threat. I only have to see if the avoidance is worth the damage loss. If I have the decision between damage and avoidance. Where is he? Oops. Where is the Dragon Breath Chili? Here it is. Hot Spice. I'm missing damage. I don't want to make it now.
good. You got my attention?
So 3 days from now on, the 8th, the druid and the rock. Okay.
Off with you.
Was anything in the mailbox to keep track of? It's Janeway. And I also watched some people running classic solo dungeons with different classes, but there's only very, very few resources. And of course, the guys are often world buffed and very good geared, raid gear and stuff. I won't have such nonsense. I mean, if you see my rogue is 2600 HP. Let's say it's after leveling up 2700. It's not quite the amount compared with, I don't know, 6000, 7000 that I saw on other rogues. That is quite a difference. Okay, for now, Libram Constitution. Libram Consti. Okay. I think this kind of Librams, he's the only one to make it. Saxonia. Often seen. So I have to find a way and there's also one more problem. Also, for example, I see that priests can do a little bit of Sholoman solo. I have, of course, way less HP and mana, but nevertheless, even if I can manage it to do, how can I ever open the door to Sholomans? So the only one is I will have to sneak in when another group, that's rarely happening, wants to go Sholomans, and I have to get the info for this. I have to ask some 60, because in this case I can't lock on my druid, open the door, lock on my priest. That's not fast enough. The door is already closed then. To make it to the key, I have to kill this Aranji guy. That never happening. So a lot of problems. And to do it with a rogue, oof. I have to say, oof. So, anyway. Yeah. I will level up today, so and takes the boots. Bam. What was this here? Also, okay. cooking skill. Giant eggs. Okay. Wait a minute, where are my... looks like I don't have them in inventory. I'm missing potions. Okay, let's go on with the transmute.
Can I help you?
Good, but now I will let run the audiobook. Oh, somehow the audiobook player closed. Hopefully.
If you could recommend an auspicious
Chapter 55. No, that can't be the right point. I again have to double check where I stopped at what chapter. Why he don't remember this correctly here? Part 4. Let's go in my own box. Oh no, I stopped before he can say what chapter he was on. No. Okay. I'm sorry for this, but I have to jump now between the next chapters. Can I see from the title of the chapter? What is it? What was it? 65. Is that 65? Spark.
Chapter 69. Wind or women's fancy playing corners. And crossed the river, but didn't go all the way into Imre proper. Instead, I headed south a bit, to where a few docks, a seedy inn, and... Chapter 70. Signs. And the possibility of access to the archives. I can loan you 12 talents. I stood up and swung my travel sack over my shoulder. I'm afraid we're not bargaining here. I said, I'm just informing you as to the conditions of the loan. I gave her an apologetic smile.
Hmm?
It's 20 talents. Or
Hmm. Come on. 69. It was a longer chapter. I can remember that I had to wait before I can stop playing.
Chapter 68. The Ever-Changing Wind. Chapter 69.
No.
Chapter 6. Mola, if people come looking for her, she'll just rabbit down into the tunnels. They'll scare her away.
So 68 was done. That it must be 69 then, or?
Chapter 69. Wind or Women's Fancy. Swale? In Imre.
Ah,
Please call on me before
yeah.
the 23rd of this month, and we will have our lunch belated. After that, I will be about. Stuffed my bloody shirt into the wine pot and made it watertight with a piece of sympathy wax. Linens, and did not judge your character thereby.
Okay, I let it run here.
Today
Okay,
was the 28th.
enjoy.
The letter didn't have a date, but it had probably been there for at least a span and a half. She must have left it only a few days after the fire in the fishery. I briefly tried to decide how I felt about it, flattered that she had tried to find me, furious that the note had gone unfound until now. As to the matter of the fellow that she had met, it was far too much for me to deal with at the moment, weary, wounded, and still somewhat the worse for drink. Instead, I quickly cleaned the shallow cut as best I could using my wash basin. I would have put some stitches in it myself, but I couldn't get a good angle. It started bleeding again, and I cut off the cleaner pieces of my ruined shirt to fashion a makeshift bandage. Blood. The men who tried to kill me still had the dowsing compass, and I'd undoubtedly left some of my blood on his knife. Blood would be vastly more effective in a dowsing compass than a simple hair. That meant that even if they didn't already know where I lived, they might be able to find me despite the precautions I'd taken. I moved around my room quickly, stuffing everything of value into my travel sack, as I didn't know when it would be safe to return. Under a stack of papers, I found a small folding knife I'd forgotten about after I'd won it off Sim playing corners. It would be worth next to nothing in a fight, but that was better than nothing at all. Then I grabbed my loot and cloak and snuck downstairs into the kitchen, where I was lucky enough to find an empty Veligan wine pot with a wide mouth. It was a minor piece of luck, but I was glad for whatever I could get at this point. I headed east and crossed the river, but didn't go all the way into Imre proper. Instead, I headed south a bit, to where a few docks, a seedy inn, and a handful of houses perched on the bank of the wide Omethi River. It was a small port that serviced Imre, too small to have a name of its own. I stuffed my bloody shirt into the wine pot and made it watertight with a piece of sympathy wax. Then I dropped it in the Omethi River and watched it bob slowly downstream. If they were dousing for my blood, it would seem like I was heading south, running. Hopefully, they'd follow it. Chapter 70. Signs. I came suddenly awake early the next morning. I didn't know exactly where I was, only that I wasn't where I should be, and that something was wrong. I was hiding. Someone was after me. I was curled up in the corner of a small room. I lay on a blanket, and I was wrapped in my cloak. This was an inn. It slowly came back to me. I had rented a room in an inn near Imre's docks. I came to my feet, stretching carefully so as not to aggravate my wound. I'd pushed the dresser against the room's only door and tied the window shut with a length of rope, despite the fact that it was too small for a grown man to fit through. Seeing my precautions in the cool blue light of early morning, I was a little embarrassed. I couldn't remember whether I'd slept on the floor out of fear of assassins or bedbugs. Either way, it was clear that I hadn't been thinking too clearly towards the end of the night. I gathered up my travel sack and loot and headed downstairs. I had some planning to do. But before that, I needed breakfast and a bath. Despite my busy night, I'd barely slept past sunrise, so I had easy access to the bathhouse. After cleaning myself up and rewrapping the bandage around my side, I felt mostly human. A plate of eggs, a couple of sausages, and some fried potatoes later, I felt I could begin to think rationally about my situation. It's amazing how much easier it is to think productively when your belly is full. I sat in the far corner of the little dockside inn and sipped a mug of fresh-pressed apple cider. I was no longer worried that hired killers were going to leap out and assault me. Still, I was sitting with my back to the wall, with a good view of the door. Yesterday had left me shaken, mostly because it had caught me so unprepared. In Tarbeen, I'd lived each day expecting people would try to kill me. The civilized atmosphere of the university had lulled me into a false sense of security. I never would have been caught off my guard a year ago. I certainly wouldn't have been surprised by the attack itself.
See you around.
My hard-won instincts from Tarbeen were urging me to run, leave this place, leave Ambrose and his vendetta far behind. But that feral part of me cared only for safety. It had no plan. I couldn't leave. I had too much invested here. My studies, my vain hopes for gaining a patron, and my stronger hopes of entry to the archives, my precious few friends. Dinner. Sailors and dock workers began to filter into the inn to get the morning meal, and the room slowly filled with the gentle buzz of conversation. I heard a bell ringing dimly in the distance, and it occurred to me that my shift in the Medica would be starting in an hour. Arwyll would notice if I was absent, and he was not forgiving of such things. I fought down the urge to run back to the university. It was well known that absent students were punished with higher tuitions the following term. To give myself something to do while I was thinking through my situation, I brought out my cloak along with needle and thread. The knife from last night had made a straight cut about 2 handspan across. I began to sew it closed, using tiny stitches so the seam wouldn't be obvious. While my hands worked, my thoughts wandered. Could I confront Ambrose? Threaten him? Not likely. He knew I couldn't successfully bring charges against him, but maybe I could persuade a few of the masters of what had really happened. Kilvin would be outraged at the thought of hired killers using a dowsing compass, and perhaps Arwyll. "Oh, blue fire! Every one of them dead, thrown around like rag dolls, and the house falling to pieces around them. I was glad to see the end of the place, I can tell you that." I jabbed my finger with the needle as my eavesdropper's ears picked the conversation out of the common room's general din. A few tables over, 2 men were drinking beer. One was tall and balding, the other was fat with a red beard. "Ha ha, you're such an old woman," the fat one laughed. "You'll listen to any piece of gossip." The tall man shook his head somberly. "I was in the tavern when they came in with the news. They were gathering folk with wagons so they could go get the bodies. The old wedding party, dead as leather. Over 30 folks gutted like pigs, and the place burned down in a blue flame. And that weren't the least oddness from what..." He dropped his voice, and I lost what he was saying among the general noise of the room. I swallowed against the sudden dryness in my throat. I slowly tied off the last stitch on my cloak and set it down. I noticed my bleeding finger, and absently put it in my mouth. I took a deep breath. I took a drink. Then I walked over to the table where the 2 men sat talking. "Did you gentlemen come downriver by any chance?" They looked up, obviously irritated by the interruption. "Gentlemen" had been a mistake. I should have said fellows.
What's on your mind?
The bald one nodded. "Did you come by way of Marrow?" I asked, picking a northern town at random. "No," the fat one said. "We're down from Trebon." "Oh, good," I said, my mind racing for a plausible lie. "I have family up in those parts. I was thinking of visiting." My mind went blank as I tried to think of a way to ask him for the details of the story I'd overheard. My palms were sweaty. "Are they getting ready for the Harvest Festival up that way, or have I already missed it?" I finished lamely. Still in the works, the bald one said, and pointedly turned his shoulder to me. I'd heard there was some problem with a wedding up in those parts. The bald one turned back to look at me. Well, I don't know how you'd have heard that, as the news was fresh last night and we just docked down here 10 minutes ago. He gave me a hard look. I don't know what you're selling, boy, but I ain't buying. Piss off, or I'll thump you. I went back to my seat, knowing I'd made an irrecoverable mess of things. I sat, keeping my hands flat on the table to keep them from shaking. A group of people, brutally killed. Blue fire. Oddness. Chandrian. Less than a day ago, the Chandrian were in Trebon. I finished my drink more out of reflex than anything else, then stood and made my way to the bar. I was quickly coming to grips with the reality of the situation. After all these years, I finally had the opportunity to learn something about the Chandrian. And not just a mention of them pressed flat between the pages of a book in the archives. I had the chance to see their work firsthand. This was an opportunity that might never come again. But I needed to get to Trebon soon, while things were still fresh in people's memories, before curious or superstitious townsfolk destroyed what evidence remained. I didn't know what I hoped to find, but anything I learned about the Chandrian would be more than I knew now. And if I were to have a chance at anything useful, I had to be there as soon as possible. Today. The morning crowd was keeping the innkeeper busy, so I had to lay an iron drab on the bar before she paid me any attention at all. After paying for a private room last night and breakfast and bath this morning, the drab represented a good portion of my worldly wealth, so I kept my finger on it. What you have? She asked as she came up to me. How far is it to Trebon? I asked. Up river. Couple of days. I didn't ask how long it was. I need to know how far, I said, stressing the last word. No need to get snippy, she said, wiping her hands on her grubby apron. By river, it's 40 miles or so. Could take more than 2 days, depending on if you're on a barge or a billow boat and what the weather's like. How far by road? I asked. Black and me if I know, she muttered, then called down the bar. Road? How far to Trebon by road? 3 or 4 days, said a weathered man without looking up from his mug. I asked how far, she snapped at him. Is it longer than the riverway? Damn sight longer, about 25 leagues by road. A hard road too, uphill. God's body, who measured things in leagues these days? Depending on where that fellow grew up, a league could be anywhere between 2 to 3.5 miles. My father always claimed that a league wasn't really a unit of measurement at all, just a way for farmers to attach numbers to their rough guesses. Still, it let me know Trebon was somewhere between 50 and 80 miles to the north. It was probably best to assume the worst, at least 70 miles. The woman behind the bar turned back to me. There you have it. Now, can I get you something? I need a water skin if you have one, or a bottle of water if you don't, and some food that will keep on the road. Hard sausage, cheese, flatbread. Apples? She asked. Got some lovely red jennies this morning, good for the road. I nodded. And whatever else you have that's cheap and will travel. A drab don't go far, she said with a glance down at the bar. I shook out my purse and was surprised to see 4 drabs and a copper halfpenny I hadn't accounted for. I was practically rich. She gathered up my money and headed back to the kitchen. I fought off the momentary pang at being utterly destitute again and ran a quick mental inventory of what I had in my travel sack. She came back with 2 loaves of flatbread, a thick, hard sausage that smelled of garlic, a small cheese sealed in wax, a bottle of water, 6 gorgeous bright red apples, and a small sack of carrots and potatoes. I thanked her kindly and stuffed the lot into my sack. 70 miles. I could make it today, if I had a good horse, but good horses cost money. I breathed in the smell of rancid fat as I knocked on Debbie's door. I stood there for a minute, fighting the urge to fidget impatiently. I had no idea if Devi would be awake at such an early hour, but it was a risk I had to take. Devi opened the door and smiled when she saw me. "Well, here's a pleasant surprise." She opened the door wider. "Come in, sit down." I gave her my best smile. "Devi, She frowned. "Come in," she said more firmly. "I don't discuss business on the landing." I came in and she closed the door behind me. "Take a seat, unless you'd rather have a bit of a lie down." She nodded playfully toward the huge curtained bed in the corner of the room. "You won't believe the story I heard this morning," she said, laughter hiding in her voice. Despite the urgency I felt, I forced myself to relax. Devi was not one to be rushed. If I tried, it would only irritate her. "What did you hear?" She sat on her side of the desk and folded her hands. "Apparently, last night a pair of ruffians tried to lift a purse off a young student. Much to their dismay, it turns out he's the next Tarpaulin in training. He called down fire and lightning, blinded one and gave the other such a mighty blow to the head that he still hasn't woken up." I sat quietly for a moment as I absorbed the information. An hour ago, this would have been the best news I could have heard. Now it was hardly more than a distraction. Still, despite the urgency of my other errand, I couldn't ignore the chance to gather some information about the crisis closer to home. "They weren't just trying to rob me," I said. Devi laughed. "Oh, I knew it was you! They didn't know anything about him except for that he had red hair. But that was enough for me." "Did I really blind the one?" I asked. "And the other still unconscious?" "I honestly don't know," Debbie admitted. "News travels quickly among us unsavory types, but it's mostly gossip." My mind was spinning quickly along a new plan now. "Would you care to spread a little gossip of your own?" I asked. "That depends." She gave a wicked smile. "Is it terribly exciting?" "Drop my name," I said. "Let them know exactly who it was. Let them know I'm mad as hell and I'll kill the next ones that come after me. I'll kill them and whoever hired them, the middlemen, their families, their dogs, the whole lot." Devi's delighted expression faded to something closer to distaste. "That's a little grim, don't you think? I appreciate that you're attached to your purse." She gave me a playful look. "And I have a vested interest there myself. But They weren't thieves," I said. "They were hired to kill me." Devi gave me a skeptical look. I tugged up the corner of my shirt to show my bandage. "I'm serious. I can show you where one of them cut me before I got away." Frowning, she stood up and came around to the other side of the desk. "All right, show me." I hesitated, then decided that I was better off humoring her, as I still had favors to ask. I took off my shirt and lay it on the desk. "That bandage is filthy," she said, as if it was a personal offense. "Get rid of it." She walked to a cabinet at the back of the room and came back with a black physicers kit and a wash basin. She washed her hands, then looked at my side. "I haven't even had it stitched," she said incredulously. "I've been rather busy," I said, "with the running like hell and hiding all night." She ignored me and set about cleaning my side with a cool efficiency that let me know she'd studied in the Medica. "It's messy, but not deep," she said. "It's not even all the way through the skin in some places." She stood up and pulled a few things out of her bag. "You'll still need stitches?" "I would have done it myself," I said, but you're an idiot who didn't even make sure this was cleaned properly," she finished. "If this gets infected, it would serve you right." She finished cleaning my side and rinsed her hands in the bowl. "I want you to know I'm doing this because I have a soft spot for pretty boys, the mentally infirm, and people who owe me money. I consider this protecting my investment." "Yes, Mom." I sucked in air when she applied the antiseptic. "I thought you weren't supposed to bleed," she said matter-of-factly. "There's another legend proven false." Speaking of, moving as little as possible, I reached out and pulled a book out of my travel sack, then laid it on her desk. "I brought back your copy of Mating Habits of the Common Dracus. You were right, the engravings added a lot to it." I knew you'd like it. There was a moment of silence as she began stitching me back together. When she spoke again, most of the playfulness was gone from her voice. Were these fellows really hired to kill you, Quoth? I nodded. They had a dowsing compass and some of my hair. That's how they knew I was a redhead. Lord and lady, wouldn't that just send Kilvin into a froth? She shook her head. Are you sure they weren't just hired to scare you, rough you up a little, to teach you to mind your betters? She paused in her stitching and looked up at me. You weren't stupid enough to borrow money off Heffron and his boys, were you? I shook my head. You're the only hawk for me, Devi, I smiled. In fact, that's why I stopped by today. And here I thought you merely enjoyed my company, she said, turning back to her needlework. I thought I detected a tinge of irritation in her voice. Let me finish this first. I thought about what she'd said for a long moment. The tall man had said, let's do him, but that could mean any number of things. It's possible they weren't trying to kill me, I admitted slowly. He had a knife, though. You don't need a knife to give someone a beating. Devi snorted. And I don't need blood to get people to settle their debts, but it certainly helps. I thought about it as she tied off the final stitch and began to wrap me in a fresh bandage. Maybe it was meant to be a simple beating, an anonymous message from Ambrose telling me to mind my betters. Maybe it was a simple attempt to scare me off. I sighed, trying not to move too much as I did so. I'd like to believe that's the case, but I really don't think so. I think they were really after blood. That's what my gut tells me. Her expression grew serious. In that case, I will spread the word a little, she said. I don't know about the part about killing their dogs, but I'll drop a few things into the rumour mill so people will think twice about taking that sort of job. She chuckled low in her throat. Actually, they're already thinking twice after last night. This will make them think 3 times. I appreciate it. Small trouble to make, she said dismissively as she stood up and brushed off her knees. A small favour to help a friend. She washed her hands in the basin, then dried them carelessly on her shirt. Let's hear it, she said as she sat behind the desk, her expression suddenly businesslike. I need money for a fast horse, I said. Leaving town? She arched a pale eyebrow. You never struck me as the running away sort. I'm not running, I said, but I need to cover some ground, 70 miles before it gets much afternoon. Devi widened her eyes a bit. A horse that could make that trip is going to cost, she said. Why not just buy a post note and switch out fresh horses all the way? Faster and cheaper. There's no post stations where I'm going, I said. Upriver, then into the hills, a little town called Trebon. All right, she said. How much are you looking for? I'll need money to buy a fast horse with no dickering, plus lodging, food, maybe bribes. 20 talents? She burst out laughing, then regained her composure and covered her mouth. No, I'm sorry, but no. I do have a soft spot for charming young men like yourself, but it's not on my head. I have my loot, I said, sliding the case forward with my foot. For collateral, plus anything else in here. I put my travel sack on the desk. She drew a breath as if to refuse me out of hand, then shrugged and looked into the bag, poking around. She pulled out my copy of Rhetoric and Logic, and a moment later my handheld sympathy lamp. Hello, she said curiously, thumbing on the switch and pointing the light towards the wall. This is interesting. I grimaced. Anything except that, I said. I promised Pilgrim I wouldn't ever let that out of my hands. I gave my word. She gave me a frank look. Have you ever heard the expression, beggars can't be choosers? I gave my word, I repeated. I unpinned my silver talent pipes from my cloak and slid them across her desk so they lay near Rhetoric and Logic. Those aren't easy to come by, you know. Devi looked at the loot, the book, and the pipes, and drew a long, slow breath. Quoth, I can tell that this is important to you, but the numbers just don't. You're not good for that much money. You're barely good for the 4 talents you owe me. That stung, mostly because I knew it to be the truth. Devi thought about it for another second, then shook her head firmly. No, just the interest. In 2 months you'd owe me over 35 talents. Or something equally valuable in trade, I said. She gave me a gentle smile. And what do you have worth 35 talents? Access to the archives. Devi sat, her slightly patronizing smile frozen on her face. You're lying. I shook my head. I know there's another way in. I haven't found it yet, but I will. That's a lot of if. Devi's tone was skeptical, but her eyes were full of something more than simple desire. It was closer to hunger or lust. I could tell she wanted into the archives just as badly as I did, perhaps even more so. That's what I'm offering, I said. If I can pay you back, I will. If not, when I find a way into the archives, I'll share it with you. Devi looked up at the ceiling, as if calculating odds in her head. With these things as collateral, and the possibility of access to the archives, I can loan you 12 talents. I stood up and swung my travel sack over my shoulder. I'm afraid we're not bargaining here, I said. I'm just informing you as to the conditions of the loan. I gave her an apologetic smile. It's 20 talents, or nothing. I'm sorry I didn't make that clear from the beginning. Chapter 71.
Eat her with her
Strange
own
attraction.
words.
3 minutes later, I strode towards the doors of the nearest livery. A well-dressed Kildish man smiled at my approach and stepped forward to greet me. Ah, young sir, he said, holding out his hand. My name is Kairva. Might I ask... I need a horse, I said, shaking his hand quickly. Healthy, well-rested, and well-fed. One that can take 6 hours of hard riding today. Certainly, certainly, Kairva said, rubbing his hands together and nodding. All things are possible with the will of God. I'd be pleased to... Listen, I interrupted again. I'm in a hurry, so we're going to skip the preliminaries. I won't pretend to be uninterested. You won't waste my time with a parade of hacks and nags. If I have not bought a horse in 10 minutes, I will leave and buy one elsewhere. I met his eye. Linsatva? The Kildish man was aghast. Sir, the purchase of a horse should never be so rushed. You would not pick a wife in 10 minutes, and on the road a horse is more important than a wife. He gave a bashful smile. Even God himself didn't... I cut him off yet again. God's not buying a horse today. I am. The thin Kildish man paused to collect his thoughts. Right, he said softly, more to himself than to me. Lynn, come around and see what we have. He led me around the outside of the stables to a small corral. He gestured near the edge of the fence. That dapple mare is as steady a horse as any you could hope for. She'll take you... I ignored him and looked over the half-dozen hacks that stood idly inside the fence. Though I had neither means nor reason to keep a horse, I knew good from bad, and nothing I saw here came close to suiting my needs. You see, troopers live and die by the horses that pull their wagons, and my parents had not neglected my education in this way. I could size up a horse by the time I was 8, and a good thing too. Townsfolk regularly tried to pass off half-dead or gingered-up nags to us, knowing that by the time we discovered our mistakes, we'd be miles and days away. There was a world of trouble waiting for a man who sold his neighbors some sickly hobble. But what was the harm of swindling one of the filthy, thieving? I turned to face the Kappa, frowning. You just wasted 2 precious minutes of my time, so I'm guessing you still don't understand my position here. Let me be as plain as possible. I want a fast horse ready for hard riding today. For this, I will pay quickly, in hard coin, and without complaint. I held up my newly heavy purse in one hand and shook it, knowing he could tell the ring of true Kildish silver inside. If you sell me a horse that throws a shoe, or starts to limp, or spooks at shadows, I will miss a valuable opportunity, a quite unrecoverable opportunity. If that happens, I will not come back and demand a refund. I will not petition the constable. I will walk back to Imre this very night and set fire to your house. Then, when you run out of the front door in your nightshirt and stock cap, I will kill you, cook you, and eat you right there on your lawn while all your neighbors watch. I gave him a deadly serious look. This is the business arrangement I am proposing, Kaerva. If you're not comfortable with it, tell me and I will go elsewhere. Otherwise, leave off this parade of drays and show me a real horse. The short-keeled looked at me, more stunned than horrified. I could see him trying to come to grips with the situation. He must think I was either a raving lunatic or the son of some important noble. Or both. Very well, he said, letting all the ingratiating charm fall from his voice. When you say hard riding, how hard do you mean? Very hard, I said. I need to go 70 miles today, dirt roads. Will you need saddle and tack too? I nodded. Nothing fancy, nothing new. He drew a deep breath. Fine. And how much do you have to spend? I shook my head and gave a tight smile. Show me the horse, and name your price. A Volder would do nicely. If he's a little wild, I won't mind if it means he's got energy to spare. Even a good Volder mix could serve me. Or a Kershen fourth horse. Kaeva nodded and led me back towards the wide doors of the stable. I do have a Kershen. A full blood, actually. He made a gesture to one of the stable hands. Bring out our black gentleman, double quick. The boy sprinted off. The cavalier turned back to me. Gorgeous animal. I ran him through the traces before I bought him, just to be sure. Galloped him a full mile, and he hardly even worked up a sweat. Smooth a gait as ever I felt, and I'd not lie to your lordship on that account. I nodded. A full-blooded Kershen was exactly suited to my purpose. They had a legendary endurance, but there would be no avoiding the price either. A well-trained fourth horse was worth a dozen pounds. How much are you asking for him? I want 2 solid marks, he said, without any hint of apology or wheedling in his voice. Merciful Taylor, 20 talents. He'd have to have silver shoes to be worth that much. I'm in no mood for a lengthy dicker, Kaeva, I said shortly. You've made me well aware of that, my lord, he said. I'm telling you my honest price. Here, you'll see why. The boy hurried out, leading a sleek monster of a horse. At least 18 hands tall, proud head, and black from his nose to the tip of his tail. He loves to run, Kaeva said with genuine affection in his voice. He ran a hand along the smooth black neck. And look at that colour. Not so much as a pale whisker. That's why he's worth 20 if he's worth a single ship. I don't care about the colour, I said absent-mindedly, while I looked him over for signs of injury or old age. There was nothing. He was glossy, young, strong. I just need to move quickly. I understand, he said apologetically, but I can't just ignore the colouring. If I wait a span or two, some young lord will pay just for the snappy look of him. I knew it was true. Does he have a name? I asked, moving slowly towards the black horse, letting him smell my hands and get used to me. Bargaining can be hurried, but befriending a horse cannot. Only a fool rushes first impressions with a spirited young Kershen. Not one that's stuck on him, he said. What's your name, boy? I asked gently, just so he could get used to the sound of my voice. He snuffed delicately at my hand, keeping close watch with one large, intelligent eye. He didn't back away, but he certainly wasn't at his ease either. I kept talking as I came closer, hoping he would relax at the sound of my voice. You deserve a good name. I hate to see some lordling with delusions of wit saddle you with some terrible name like Midnight or Sooty or Scut. I came closer and lay one hand along his neck. His skin twitched, but he didn't pull away. I needed to be sure of his temperament as much as his stamina. I couldn't take the risk of jumping on the back of a skittish horse. Someone half clever might dub you Pitch or Scuttle, ill-favoured names. Or Slate, a sedentary name. Heaven forbid you end up Blackie. That's an ill-fitting name for a prince like you. My father always talked to new horses in this way, in a steady, calming litany. As I stroked his neck, I kept speaking without giving any mind to what I said. Words don't matter to the horse. The tone of your voice is the important thing. You've come a long way. You should have a proud name so folk won't think of you as common. Was your previous owner Kildish? I asked. I could sense him relax a bit at the sound of the familiar language. I walked onto his other side, still looking him over carefully and letting him get used to my presence. Tuketa? I asked him. Are you cold? Mine? Are you a shadow? I wanted to say twilight, but I couldn't bring the Siaru word to mind. Rather than pause, I just pulled ahead, faking it as best I could as I eyed his hooves to see if they were chipped or cracked. Tuket Selhan? Are you first night? The big black lowered his head and nuzzled me. You like that one, do you? I said with a bit of a laugh, knowing that what really happened was that he had caught scent of the package of dried apple I had tucked in one of the pockets of my cloak. The important thing was that he had a feel for me now. If he was comfortable enough to nuzzle at me for food, we could get along well enough for a hard day's ride. Ketsalan seems to suit him for a name, I said, turning back to Kaerva. Anything else I need to know? Kaerva seemed disconcerted. He shies a bit on his right side. A bit. Just a bit. It stands to reason that he's probably a bit prone to spooking on that side too, but I haven't seen him do it. How's he trained? Close rein or trooper style? Close. Fine. You've got 1 minute left to make this deal. He's a good animal, but I'm not paying 20 talents for him. I spoke with certainty in my voice, but no hope in my heart. He was a gorgeous animal, and his colouring made him worth at least 20 talents. Still, I'd go through the motions and hope to squeeze the man down to 19. That at least would leave me money for food and lodging when I got to Trebon. Very well, Kaeva said. 16. Only my years of stage training kept me from gaping openly at his sudden drop. 15, I said, feigning irritation, and that will include the saddle tack and a bag of oats. I began pulling money out of my purse as if the deal was already finished. Unbelievably, Kaeva nodded and called for one of the boys to bring a saddle and tag. I counted the money into Kaeva's hand as his assistant saddled the big black. The Keeld seemed uncomfortable, meeting my eye. If I didn't know horses as well as I do, I would have thought I was being swindled. Maybe the horse was stolen, or the man was desperate for money. Whatever the reason, I didn't care. I was due a bit of good luck. Best of all, this meant that I might be able to resell the horse at a bit of a profit after I reached Trebon. Honestly, I would need to sell him as soon as I could manage, even if I lost money on the deal. Stabling, food, and grooming for a horse like this would cost me a penny a day. I couldn't afford to keep him. I strapped my travel sack into a saddlebag, checked the cinch and stirrups, then swung myself up onto Kate Selan's back. He danced slightly to the right, eager to be off. That made two of us. I twitched the reins, and we were on our way. Most problems with horses have nothing to do with the horses themselves. They stem from the ignorance of the rider. Folk shoe their horses badly, saddle them improperly, feed them poorly, then complain that they were sold a half-lame, swayback, ill-tempered hack. I knew horses. My parents had taught me to ride and care for them. While most of my experience had been with sturdier breeds, bred to pull rather than to race, I knew how to cover ground quickly when I needed to. When they're in a hurry, most folk push their mount too hard too soon. They head out at a dead gallop, then find themselves with a horse lame or half dead inside an hour. Pure idiocy. Only a 12-color bastard treats a horse that way. But to be entirely truthful, I would have ridden Quetzalán to death if it would have brought me to Trebon in a timely fashion. There are some times when I am willing to be a bastard. I would have killed a dozen horses if it would have helped me get more information about the Chandrian and why they had killed my parents. But ultimately, there was no sense in thinking that way. A dead horse wouldn't get me to Trebon. A live one would. So I started Quetzalán at a nice walk to warm him up. He was eager to go faster, probably sensing my own impatience, and that would have been fine if I'd only needed to go a mile or 3, but I needed him for at least 50, maybe 70, and that meant patience. I had to rein him back down to a walk twice before he resigned himself to it. After a mile, I trotted him for a bit. His gait was smooth, even for a Keshen, but a trot is jarring no matter what, and it pulled at the new stitches in my side. I urged him up to a canter after another mile or so. Only after we were 3 or 4 miles out of Imre and we came to a good straight stretch of flat road did I nudge him up to a gallop. Finally, given the chance to run, he surged ahead. The sun had just finished burning away the morning dew, and farmers harvesting wheat and barley in the fields looked up as we thundered past. Quetzalán was fast, so fast that the wind tore at my cloak, stretching it behind me like a flag. Despite the fact that I knew I must cut quite the dramatic figure, I quickly grew tired of the drag on my neck, unfastened the cloak, then stuffed it into a saddlebag. When we passed through a stand of trees, I brought Sellan back down to a trot. That way, he got a little rest and we didn't run the risk of rounding a corner and barreling into a fallen tree or slow-moving cart. When we came out into pastureland and could see our way clear, I gave him his head again, and we practically flew. After an hour and a half of this, Sellan was sweating and breathing hard, but he was doing better than I was. My legs were a rubbery mess. I was fit enough and young, but I hadn't been in the saddle for years. Riding uses different muscles than walking, and riding at a gallop is just as hard as running unless you want to make your horse work twice as hard for every mile. Suffice to say, I welcomed the next stretch of trees. I hopped out of the saddle and walked to give both of us a well-deserved break. I cut one of my apples down the middle and gave him the larger half. I figured we'd come about 30 miles, and the sun wasn't even fully at zenith. "That's the easy bit," I told him, stroking his neck fondly. "Lord, but you're lovely. You're not half blown yet, are you?" We walked for about 10 minutes. Then we had the good luck to come across a little creek with a wooden bridge running across it. I let him drink for a long minute, then pulled him away before he took too much. Then I mounted up and gated him back up to a gallop by slow stages. My legs burned and ached as I leaned over his neck. The drumming of his hooves was like a counterpoint to the slow song of the wind, endlessly burning past my ears. The first snag came about an hour later when we had to cross a wide stream. It wasn't treacherous by any means, but I had to unsaddle him and carry everything across rather than risk it getting wet. I couldn't ride him for hours wearing a wet harness. On the other side of the river, I dried him off with my blanket and resaddled him. It took half an hour, which meant he had gone from being rested to being cold, so I had to warm him up gently, slow walk to trot to canter. That stream cost me an hour, all told. I worried if there was another one, the chill would get into Sellan's muscles. If that happened, Telu himself wouldn't be able to bring him up to a gallop again. An hour later, I passed through a small town, hardly more than a church and a tavern that happened to be next to each other. I stopped long enough to let Sellan drink a bit from a trough. I stretched my numb legs and looked up anxiously at the sun. After that, the fields and farms grew fewer and farther between. The trees grew thicker and denser. The road narrowed and was not in good repair, rocky in places, washed out in others. It made for slower and slower going, but truth be told, neither myself or Quetzalán had much more galloping left in us. Eventually, we came to another stream crossing the road, not much more than a foot deep at most. The water had a sharp, foul smell that let me know there was a tannery upstream or a refinery. There wasn't any bridge, and Quetzalán made his way slowly across, placing his hooves gingerly on the rocky bottom. I wondered idly if it felt good, like when you dangle your feet in the water after a long day's walking. The stream didn't slow us down much, but over the next half hour we had to cross it 3 separate times as it wound back and forth across the road. It was an inconvenience more than anything, never much deeper than 1.5 feet. Each time we crossed it, the acrid smell of the water was worse, solvents and acids. If not a refinery, then at least a mine. I kept my hands on the reins, ready to pull Selan's head up if he tried to drink. But he was smarter than that. A long canter later, I came up over a hill and looked down onto a crossroads at the bottom of a small grassy valley. Right under the signpost was a tinker with a pair of donkeys. One of them loaded so high with bags and bundles that it looked ready to tip over, the other conspicuously unburdened. It stood by the side of the dirt road, grazing with a small mountain of gear piled beside it. The tinker sat on a small stool at the side of the road, looking dispirited. His expression brightened when he saw me riding down the hill. I read the signpost as I came closer. North was Trebon, south was Temfalls. I reined in as I approached. Quetzalán and I could both use the rest, and I was not in enough of a hurry to be rude to a tinker, not by half. If nothing else, the fellow could tell me how far I had left to go before I came to Trebon.
"Hello there,"
he said, looking up at me, shading his eyes with one hand.
"You got the look of a lad that's wanting something."
He was older, balding, with a round, friendly face. I laughed. "I'm wanting a lot of things, Tinker, but I don't think you've got any of them in your packs." He gave me an ingratiating smile.
"Well, no, don't go assuming."
He stopped and looked down for a moment thoughtfully. When he met my eyes again, his expression was still kind, but more serious than before.
"Listen, I'll be honest with you, son. My little donkey has got herself a stone bruise in her forehoof and can't carry her load. I'm stuck here until I come by some manner of help."
"Normally nothing would make me happier than to help you, Tinker," I said. "But I need to get to Trebon as quickly as I can."
"That won't take much doing."
He nodded over the hill to the north.
"You're only about a half mile out. If the wind was blowing southerly, you could smell the smoke."
I looked in the direction he gestured and saw chimney smoke rising from behind the hill. A great wave of relief washed over me. I'd made it, and it was barely an hour after noon. The tinker continued.
"I need to get to the Evestone docks."
He nodded to the east.
"I've made arrangements to ship down river, and I'd dearly love to catch my boat."
He eyed my horse significantly.
"But I'll need a new pack animal to carry my gear."
It seems my luck had finally turned. Selan was a fine horse, but now that I was in Trebon, he would be little more than a constant drain on my limited resources. Still, it's never wise to look eager to sell. "This is an awful lot of horse to be used for packing," I said, patting Quetzalán's neck. "He's a full-blooded Kashan, and I can tell you I've never seen a better horse in all my days." The tinker looked him over skeptically.
"He's knackered is what he is,"
he said.
"He hasn't got another mile left in him."
I swung off the saddle, staggering a bit when my rubbery legs almost buckled underneath me. "You should give him some credit, Tinker. He's come all the way from Imre today." The tinker chuckled.
"Oh, you're not a bad liar, boy, but you need to know when to stop. If the bait's too big, the fish won't bite."
I didn't need to pretend to be horrified. "I'm sorry I didn't properly introduce myself." I held out my hand. "My name is Quoth. I am a trooper and one of the Ademaru. Never on my most desperate day would I lie to the tinker." The tinker shook my hand.
"Well,"
he said, slightly taken aback.
"my sincere apologies to you and your family. It's rare to see one of your folk alone on the road."
He looked the horse over critically.
"All the way from Imre, you say?"
I nodded.
"That's what, almost 60 miles. I'll have a ride."
He looked at me with a knowing smile.
"How are your legs?"
I grinned back at him. "Let's just say I'll be glad to be on my feet again. He's good for another 10 miles, I'd guess, but I can't say the same for myself." The tinker looked over the horse again and gave a gusty sigh.
Well, as I said, you got me over a bit of a barrel. How much do you want for him?
Well, I said, Ketsalan here's a full-blood Kershayan, and his colour is lovely, you have to admit. Not a patch on him but isn't black. Not a white whisker. The tinker burst out laughing.
I take it back,
He said,
You're a terrible liar.
I don't see what's so funny, I said a little stiffly. The tinker gave me an odd look.
Not a white whisker, no.
He nodded past me towards Salan's hindquarters.
But if he's all black, then I'm Aaron Velsitter.
I turned to look and saw that Keth Salan's left hind foot had a distinct white sock that went halfway up to his hock. Stupefied, I walked back and bent down to look. It wasn't a clean white, more of a washed-out grey. I could smell the faint odour of the stream we had splashed through on the last leg of our journey. Solvents. That shim bastard, I said incredulously. He sold me a dyed horse.
Didn't the name tip you off?
The tinker chuckled.
Ketsalan? Lord boy, someone's been thumbing your nose at you.
His name means twilight, I said. The tinker shook his head.
You're sure who is rusty. Ketsalam would be first night. Salan means sock. His name is one sock. I thought back to the horse trader's reaction when I picked the name. No wonder the fellow had seemed so disconcerted. No wonder he had dropped the price so quickly and easily. He thought I knew his little secret. The tinker laughed at my expression and clapped me on the back. Oh, don't sweat it, lad. It happens to the best of us from time to time.
He turned away and began to rummage through his bundles.
I think I have something you like. Let me offer you a trade.
He turned around and held out something black and gnarled like a piece of driftwood. I took it from him and looked it over. It was heavy and cold to the touch. A lump of slag iron, I said. Are you out of magic bean? The tinker held out a pin in his other hand. He held it about a handspan away, then let go. Instead of falling, the pin snapped to the side and clung to the smooth blob of black iron. I drew in an appreciative breath. A Lodenstone? I've never seen one of these.
Technically, it's a Trebanstone, he said matter-of-factly, as it's never been near Loden, but you're near enough. There's all manner of people who would be interested in that beauty down Imre way.
I nodded absently as I turned it over in my hands. I'd always wanted to see a drawstone, ever since I was a child. I pulled the pin away, feeling the strange attraction it had to smooth black metal. I marveled. A piece of star iron in my hand. How much do you figure it's worth? I asked. The tinker sucked his teeth a little.
Well, I'm figuring right here and now it's worth just about one full-blooded Kershayan pack mule.
I turned it over in my hand, pulled the pin away and let it snap back again. Trouble is, Tinker, I put myself into debt with a dangerous woman in order to buy this horse. If I don't sell it well, I'm going to be in a desperate way. He nodded.
Piece of sky iron of that size, if you take less than 18 talents, you're cutting a hole in your own purse. Jewelers will buy it, or rich folk who want it for the novelty.
He tapped the side of his nose.
But if you head to the university, you'll do better. Artificers have great love.
My master, Sauron the Great, bids thee welcome.
If you find one in the right mood, you'll get more.
It was a good deal. Manet had taught me
was following Zoe.
valuable and difficult to come by, not only for its galvanic properties, but because pieces of sky iron like this often had rare metals mingled with the iron. I held out my hand. I'm willing to make it a deal. We shook hands solemnly. Then, just as the tinker began to reach for the reins, I asked, "And what will you give me for his tack and saddle?" I was a little worried that the tinker might take offense at my wheedling, but instead, he smiled a sly smile.
That's a clever lad,
He chuckled.
I like a fellow who's not afraid to push for a little extra. What would you like, then? I've got a lovely woolen blanket here, or some nice rope.
He pulled a coil of it out of the donkey's packs.
Always good to have a piece of rope with ya. How about this? He turned around with a bottle in his hands and winked at me. I've got some lovely Avonish fruit wine. I'd give you all 3 for your horse's gear.
I could use a spare blanket, I admitted. Then a thought occurred to me. Do you have any clothes near my size? I seem to be going through a lot of shirts lately. The old man paused, holding the rope and bottle of wine, then shrugged and began to dig around in his packs. Have you heard anything about a wedding around these parts? I asked. Tinkers always have their ears to the ground.
The Martin wedding.
He tied off one pack and began to dig through another.
I hate to tell you, but you missed it. Happened yesterday.
My stomach clenched at his casual tone. If there had been a massacre, the tinker would certainly have heard. I suddenly had the horrible thought that I'd put myself in debt and run halfway to the mountains on a goose chase. Were you there? Did anything odd happen?
Here we are.
The tinker turned around, holding up a shirt of plain grey homespun.
Nothing fancy, I'm afraid, but it's new. Well, newish.
He held it up to my chest to judge the fit. The wedding? I prompted.
What? Oh, no, I wasn't there. Bit of an event, though, from what I understand. Martin's only daughter and they were sending her off proper, been planning it for months.
So you didn't hear of anything odd happening? I asked, a sinking feeling in my gut. He shrugged helplessly.
Like I said, I wasn't there. I've been up around the ironworks the last couple of days.
He nodded to the west.
Trading with panners and folk up in the High Rock.
He tapped the side of his head as if he just remembered something.
That reminds me. I found a brassy up in the hills.
He rummaged in his packs again and brought out a flat, thick bottle.
If you don't care for wine, maybe something a little stronger.
I started to shake my head, then realized that some homemade brand would be useful cleaning my side tonight. I might be, I said, depending on the offer on the table.
Honest young gent like yourself, he said grandly. I'll give you a blanket, both bottles, and the coil of rope.
You're generous, Tinker, but I'd rather have the shirt than the rope and the fruit wine. They'd just be dead weight in my bag, and I've got a lot of walking ahead of me. His expression soured a little, but he shrugged.
Your call, of course. Blanket, short, brand, and 3 jats.
We shook hands, and I took time to help him load Quetzallan because I had the vague feeling that I'd insulted him by turning down his previous offer. 10 minutes later, he was heading east, and I made my way north over the green hills into Trebon. I was glad to walk the last half mile under my own power, as it helped me work the stiffness from my legs and back. As I crested the hill, I saw Trebon sprawling out below, tucked into a low bowl made by the hills. It wasn't a large town by any means, perhaps 100 buildings sprawling around a dozen winding, packed dirt streets. In the early days, with the troop, I'd learned how to size up a town. It's a lot like reading your audience when you're playing in a tavern. The stakes are higher, of course. Play the wrong song in a tavern and people might hiss you, but misjudge an entire town and things can get uglier than that. So I sized up Trebon. It was off the beaten path, halfway between a mining town and a farming town. They weren't likely to be instantly suspicious of strangers, but it was small enough that everyone knew by looking at you that you weren't one of the locals. I was surprised to see people setting up straw-stuffed shamblemen outside their homes. That meant that despite the proximity to Imre and the university, Trebon was truly a backwater community. Every town has a harvest festival of some sort, but these days, most folks settle for having a bonfire and getting drunk. The fact that they were following old folk traditions meant people in Trebon were more superstitious than I would usually expect. Despite that, I liked seeing the shamblemen. I have a fondness for the traditional harvest festivals, superstitions and all. They're a type of theatre, really. The Taline Church was the nicest building in town, 3 stories tall and made of quarried stone. Nothing odd about that, but bolted above the front doors, high above the ground, was one of the biggest iron wheels I'd ever seen. It was real iron, too, not just painted wood. It was 10 feet tall and must have weighed a solid ton. Ordinarily, such a display would have made me nervous, but since Trebon was a mining town, I guessed it showed civic pride more than fanatic piety. Most of the other buildings in town were low to the ground, built of rough timber with cedar shingle roofs. The inn was respectable, though, 2 stories tall with plaster walls and red clay tiles on the roof. There was bound to be someone in there who would know more about the wedding. There was a bare handful of people inside, not surprising as harvest was in full swing, and there were still 5 or 6 hours of good daylight left. I put on my best anxious expression as I made my way over to the bar, where the innkeeper stood. "Excuse me," I said. "I hate to trouble you, but I'm looking for someone." The innkeeper was a dark-haired man with a perpetual scowl. "Who's that then?" "My cousin was here for a wedding," I said, "and I heard there was some trouble." At the word wedding, the innkeeper's scowl turned stony. I could feel the 2 men farther down the bar, not looking at me, pointedly, not looking anywhere in my direction. It was true then. Something terrible had happened. I saw the innkeeper reach out and press his fingers onto the bar. It took me a second to realize he was touching the iron head of a nail driven into the wood. "Bad business," he said shortly. "Nothing I care to say about it." "Please," I said, letting worry bleed into my tone. "I was visiting family in temples when the rumor came down that something had happened. They're all busy pulling in the last of the week, so I promised I'd come up and see what the trouble was." The innkeeper looked me up and down. A Gawker he could turn away, but he couldn't deny me the right to know what had happened to a family member. "There's the one upstairs who was there," he said shortly. "Not from around here. Might be your cousin." "A witness?" I opened my mouth to ask another question, but he shook his head. "I don't know a thing about it," he said firmly. "Don't care to either." He turned and made himself suddenly busy with the taps of his beer barrel. "Up at the far end of the hall, on the left." I headed across the room and up the stairs. I could feel everyone not looking at me now. Their silence and the innkeeper's tone made it clear that whoever was upstairs was not one of the many who had been there. It was the one survivor. I went to the end of the hallway and knocked on the door. First softly, then again louder. I opened the door slowly so as not to startle whoever might be inside. It was a narrow room with a narrow bed. A woman lay on it, fully clothed, one arm wrapped in a bandage. Her head was turned towards the window, so I could only see her profile. Still, I recognized her. Denna. I must have made some noise because she turned to look at me. Her eyes went wide, and for once she was the one who was at a loss for words. "I heard you were in some trouble," I said nonchalantly, "so I thought I'd come and help."
Of
Her
course.
eyes went wide for a moment, then narrowed. "You're alive," she said with a wry twist to her lips. "I am," I admitted, "but it's a pretty lie." I took a step into the room and closed the door softly. "I would have come if I'd known. Anyone can make the trip after they get the news," she said dismissively. "It takes a special sort of man to show up when he doesn't know there's trouble." She sat up and turned to face me, swinging her legs over the side of the bed. Now that I looked more closely, I noticed that she had a bruise high on one temple in addition to the bandage on her arm. I took another step towards her. "Are you all right?" I asked. "No," she said bluntly, "but I could be a damn sight worse off." She came to her feet slowly, as if she was unsure how steady she would be. She took a cautious step or two and seemed more or less satisfied. "Right, I can walk. Let's get out of here." Chapter 72. Bororil. Denna turned left instead of right as she came out of her room. At first I thought she was disoriented, but when she came to a back stairway, I saw she was actually trying to leave without heading through the tap room. She found the alley door, but it was locked fast. So we headed out of the front. As soon as we entered the tap room, I was pointedly aware of everyone's attention on us. Denner made a beeline for the front door, moving but with the slow determination of a storm cloud. We were almost out, but when the man behind the bar called out, "Oi, hey, now!" Denner's eyes flickered to the side. Her mouth made a thin line, and she continued her walk to the door as if she hadn't heard. "I'll deal with him," I said softly. "Wait for me. I'll be out in just a second." I walked over to where the barman stood, scowling. "That your cousin, then?" he asked. "Has the constable said she can go?" "I thought you didn't want to know anything about it," I said. "I surely don't, but she's had use of the room and meals, and I had the doctor out to patch her up." I gave him a hard look. "If there's a doctor in this town worth more than a halfpenny, then I'm the king of Vint." "I'm out half a talent and all," he insisted. "Bandages ain't free, and I had a woman by to sit with her, waiting for her to wake up." I doubted very much that he was out half that, but I certainly didn't want trouble with the constable. In truth, I didn't want any sort of delay. Given Denner's tendencies, I was worried that if I lost sight of her for more than a minute, she would disappear like morning fog. I took 5 jots from my purse and scattered them onto the bar. "Knackers profit from a plague," I said scathingly, and left. I felt a ridiculous amount of relief when I saw Denner waiting outside, leaning against the horseboat. Her eyes were closed, and she had her face tilted towards the sun. She sighed contentedly and turned towards the sound of my approaching footsteps. "Was it that bad?" I asked. "They were kind enough at first," Denner admitted, gesturing with her bandaged arm, "but this old woman kept checking in on me." She frowned and brushed her long black hair back, giving me a clear view of the purpling bruise that spread from her temple all the way back to her hairline. "You know the type, some tight-laced spinster with a mouth like a cat's arse." I burst out laughing, and Denner's sudden smile was like the sun peering from behind a cloud.
Oh, AoE mage here?
Then her face grew dark again, as she continued. She kept giving me this look, like I should have had the decency to die with all the other folk, like all this was my fault. Denner shook her head. "But she was better than the old men. The constable put his hand on my leg," she shuddered. "Even the mayor came, clucking over me like he cared, but he was only there to badger me with questions. What were you doing there? What happened? What did you see?" The scorn in Denner's voice made me bite back my own questions so quickly that I almost caught my tongue between my teeth. It's my nature to ask questions, not to mention that the whole purpose of this mad dash into the foothills was to investigate what had happened. Still, the tone of Denner's voice made it clear she was in no mood to give answers right now. I shrugged my travel sack higher up onto my shoulder, and something occurred to me. "Wait, your things, you left them all back in your room." Denner hesitated for a heartbeat. "I don't think anything of mine was there," she said, as if the thought hadn't even occurred to her before. "Are you sure you don't want to go back and check?" She shook her head firmly. "I leave where I'm not welcome," she said matter-of-factly. "Everything else I can make up along the way." Denner started to walk down the street, and I fell in beside her. She turned onto a narrow side street heading west. We passed an old woman hanging a shambleman made of oat sheaves. It wore a crude straw hat and a pair of sackcloth pants. "Where are we headed?" I asked. "I need to see if my things are out at the Morthon farm," she said. "After that, I'm open to suggestions. Where were you planning to go before you found me?" "Honestly, I was heading out to the Morthon farm myself." Denner gave me a sideways look. "Fair enough. It's only about a mile out to the farm. We can be there and still have plenty of light." The land around Trebon was rough, mostly thick forest broken by stretches of rocky ground. Then the road would round a corner, and there would be a small, perfect field of golden wheat tucked among the trees or nestled into a valley surrounded by dark stone bluffs. Farmers and hands dotted the fields, covered in chaff and moving with the slow weariness that comes from knowing half the day's harvest was still to come. We'd only been walking a minute when I heard a familiar thump of hooves behind us. I turned to see a small open-topped cart bumping slowly up the road. Denner and I stepped off into the scrub as the road was barely wide enough for the cart. A bone-weary farmer eyed us suspiciously from where he sat, hunched over the reins. "We're heading to the Morton farm," Denner called out as he came closer. "Would you mind if we caught a ride?" The man eyed us grimly, then nodded towards the back of the cart.
"I'm heading past Old Borrerill. You'll have to make your own way from there."
Denner and I clambered on and sat facing backwards on the clapboard with our feet dangling over the edge. It wasn't much faster than walking, but we were both glad to be off our feet. We rode in silence. Denner obviously wasn't interested in discussing things in front of the farmer, and I was glad to have a moment to think things over. I had planned on telling whatever lies were necessary to get the information I wanted from the witness. Denner complicated things. I didn't want to lie to her, but at the same time, I couldn't risk telling her too much. The last thing I wanted to do was convince her I was crazy with wild stories of the Chandrian. So we rode in silence. It was nice just being near her. You wouldn't think a girl in bandages with a blackened eye could be beautiful, but Denner was. Lovely as the moon. Not flawless, perhaps, but perfect. The farmer spoke up, breaking my reverie.
"Here's Borrerill."
I looked around for the rill, but couldn't see it, which was a shame, as I wouldn't mind a cool drink or a bit of a wash. Hours of hard riding had left me sweaty and smelling of horse. We thanked the farmer and hopped off the back of the cart. Denner led the way along the dirt track that wound back and forth up the side of the hill between the trees and the occasional outcrop of worn dark stone. Denner seemed steadier than when we'd left the tavern, but kept her eyes on the ground, choosing her steps with deliberate care, as if she didn't quite trust her balance. A sudden thought came to me. "I got your note," I said, pulling the folded piece of paper out of a pocket in my cloak. "When did you leave it for me?" "Nearly 2 span ago." I grimaced. "I only got it last night." She nodded to herself. "I worried about that when you never showed up. I thought it might have fallen out or got wet so you couldn't read it." "I just haven't used the window lately," I said. Denner shrugged nonchalantly. "Silly of me to assume you would, really." I tried to think of something to add, something that would explain what she might have seen when Faire had given me my cloak in the Aeolian. I couldn't think of anything. "I'm sorry I missed our lunch." Denner looked up, amused. "Deok said you were caught in a fire or something, told me you looked positively wretched." "I felt wretched," I said, "more from missing you than from the fire."
What's happening?
She rolled her eyes. "I'm sure you were terribly distraught.
Watch your back.
You did me a favor in a way while I was sitting there, alone, pining away. Said I was sorry. An older gentleman introduced himself to me.
No.
We talked, got to know each other." She shrugged
Forgot
and
this.
looked sideways at me, almost bashfully. "I've been meeting with him ever since. If things continue smoothly, I think he'll be my patron before the year is out." "Really?" I said, relief splashing over me like cold water. "That's wonderful and long overdue. Who is he?" She shook her head, her dark hair falling down around her face. "I can't say. He's obsessed with his privacy. He wouldn't tell me his real name for more than a span. Even now, I don't know if the name he's given me is real." "If you're not sure who he really is," I said slowly, "how do you know he's a gentleman?" It was a foolish question. We both knew the answer, but she said it anyway. "Money, clothes, bearing," she shrugged. "Even if he's only a wealthy merchant, he'll still make a good patron. But not a great one. Merchant families don't have the same stability. And their names don't carry the same weight." She finished with another knowing shrug. "Half a loaf is better than none, and I'm tired of having no loaf at all," she sighed. "I've been working hard to reel him in, but he's so dodgy. We never meet in the same place twice, and never in public. Sometimes he'll set up a meeting and never even show up for it. Not that that's anything new in my life." Denner staggered as a rock shifted under her foot. I grabbed for her, and she caught hold of my arm and shoulder before she fell. For a moment we were pressed against each other, and I was very aware of her body against mine as she took a moment to balance herself. I steadied her, and we moved apart. but after she regained her footing, she kept her hand resting lightly on my arm. I moved slowly as if a wild bird had landed there, and I was desperately trying to avoid startling it into flight. I considered putting my arm around her, partly for support and partly for other, more obvious reasons. I quickly discarded the idea. I still remember the look on her face when she mentioned the constable touching her leg. What would I do if she had a similar response to me? Men flocked around Denna, and I knew from our conversations how tiresome she found them. I couldn't bear the thought of making the same mistakes they made simply because I didn't know any better. It was better not to risk offending her. Better to be safe. As I've said before, there is a great difference between being fearless and being brave. We followed the path as it doubled back on itself, continuing up the hill. All was silent, except for the wind moving in the tall grass. "So he's secretive?" I prompted gently, worried that the silence would soon become uncomfortable. "Secretive doesn't cover it by half," Denna said, rolling her eyes. "Once a woman offered me money for information about him. I played dumb, and later, when I told him about it, he said it had been a test to see how much I could be trusted. Another time, some men threatened me. I'm guessing that was another test." The fellow sounded rather sinister to me, like a fugitive from the law or someone hiding from his family. I was about to say so when I saw Denna looking at me anxiously. She was worried that I would think less of her for pandering to the whimsy of some paranoid lordling. I thought about my talk with Dio, about the fact that hard as my lot was, hers was undoubtedly harder. What would I put up with if I could win a powerful noble's patronage? What would I go through to find someone who would give me money for lute strings, see that I was dressed and fed, and protect me from vicious little bastards like Ambrose? I bit back my previous comments and gave her a knowing grin. "You'd better be rich enough to be worth your trouble," I said. "Bags of money, pots of it." Her mouth quirked up at the corner, and I felt her body relax, glad that I wasn't judging her. "Well, that would be telling now, wouldn't it?" Her eyes danced, saying yes. "He's the reason I'm here," she continued. "He told me to show up at this wedding. It's a lot more rural than I expected, but..." She shrugged again, a silent comment about the inexplicable desires of the nobility. "I expected my patron to be there." She stopped, laughing. "Did that even make any sense?" "Just make up a name for him," I suggested. "You pick one," she said. "Don't they teach you about names at the university?" "Annabelle," I suggested. "I will not," she said, laughing. "Refer to my potential patron as Annabelle." "The Duke of Rich Money?" "Now you're just being flippant. Try again." "Just tell me when I hit one you like." "Frederick the Flippant. Frank. Ferren. Foru. Fordale?" She shook her head at me as we climbed the crest of the hill. As we finally reached the top, the wind gusted past us. Denna gripped my arm for balance, and I held up a hand to shield my eyes from dust and leaves. I coughed in surprise as the wind forced a leaf straight into my mouth, causing me to choke and splutter. Denna thought this was particularly funny. "Fine," I said as I fished the leaf out of my mouth.
Safe travels.
It was yellow, shaped like a spearhead. "The wind has decided for us. Master Ash." "Are you sure it isn't Master Elm?" she asked, eyeing the leaf. "It's a common mistake." "Tastes like an ash," I said. "Besides, elm is feminine." She nodded seriously, though her eyes were dancing. "Ash it is, then." As we made it out of the trees and over the top of the hill, the wind gusted again, pelting us with more debris before it died down. Denna took a step away from me, muttering and rubbing at her eyes. The part of my arm where her hand had rested suddenly felt very cold. "Black hands," she said, scrubbing at her face. "I've got chaff in my eyes." "Not chaff," I said, looking across the top of the hill. Not 50 feet away was a cluster of charred buildings that must have once been the Morton farm. "Ash." I led Denna to a little stand of trees that blocked the wind and the sight of the farm. I gave her my water bottle, and we sat on a fallen tree, resting as she rinsed her eyes clean. You know, I said hesitantly, you don't need to go over there. I could look for your things if you tell me where you left them. Her eyes narrowed a little. I can't tell if you're being considerate or condescending. I don't know what you saw last night, so I don't know how delicate I should be. I don't need much delicacy as a rule, she said shortly. I'm no blushing daisy. Daisies don't blush. Denna looked at me, blinking her red eyes. You're probably thinking of shrinking violet or blushing virgin. Either way, daisies are white. They can't blush. That, she said flatly, was condescending. Well, I thought I'd let you know what it looked like, I said, for comparison, so there's less confusion when I'm trying to be considerate. We stared at each other for a bit. Eventually, she looked away, rubbing at her eyes. Fair enough, she admitted. She tilted her head back and splashed more water onto her face, blinking furiously. I really didn't see much, she said as she daubed her face on her shirt sleeve. I played before the wedding, then again while they were getting ready for supper. I kept expecting she gave a faint smile, Master Ash to make an appearance, but I knew I couldn't dare ask about him. For all I knew, the whole thing was another test of his. She trailed off, frowning. He has a way of signaling me, a way of letting me know when he's around. I excused myself and found him over by the barn. We headed into the woods for a bit and he asked me questions. Who was there, how many people, what they looked like. She looked thoughtful. Now that I'm thinking of it, I think that was the real test. He wanted to see how observant I was. He almost sounds like a spy, I mused. Denna shrugged. We wandered for about half an hour, talking. Then he heard something and told me to wait for him. He headed off towards the farmhouse and was gone for a long while. How long? 10 minutes? She shrugged. You know how it is when you're waiting for someone. It was dark and I was cold and hungry. She wrapped her arms around her stomach and leaned forward a little. Gods, I'm hungry now too. I wish I would have. I pulled an apple out of my travel sack and handed it to her. They were gorgeous, red as blood, sweet and crisp. The sort of apples you dream about all year but can only get for a few weeks during the fall. Denna gave me a curious look. I used to travel a lot, I explained as I took one for myself, and I used to be hungry a lot, so I usually carry something to eat. I'll fix you a real dinner when we set camp for the night. And he cooks too. She bit into the apple and took a drink of water to wash it down. Anyway, I thought I heard shouting, so I headed back in the direction of the farm. When I came out from behind a bluff, I could definitely hear screaming and shouting. Then I got closer and smelled smoke, and I saw the light of the fire through the trees. What colour was it? I asked, my mouth half full of apple. Denna looked at me sharply, her expression suddenly suspicious. Why do you ask that? I'm sorry I interrupted, I said, swallowing my mouthful of apple. I'll finish your story first, and I'll tell you afterwards. I've been talking an awful lot, she said, and you haven't made any mention at all of why you're up in this little corner of the world. The masters down at the university heard some odd rumours and sent me here to find out if they were true, I said. There was no awkwardness or hesitation in the lie. I didn't even plan it really, it just came out. Forced to make a snap decision, I couldn't safely tell her the truth about my search for the Chandrian. I couldn't bear the thought of Denna thinking I was brain-addled. The university does that sort of thing? Denna asked. I thought you lot just sat around reading books. Some folks read, I admitted. But when we hear strange rumours, someone needs to go out and find out what's really happened. When people get superstitious, they start to look toward the university and think, who around here is meddling with dark powers, better left alone? Who should we toss into a great blazing bonfire? So you do this sort of thing a lot? She made a gesture with her half-eaten apple. Investigate things. I shook my head. I just got on a master's bad side. He made sure I drew the short straw for this little trip. Not a bad lie, considering it was off the cuff. It would even hold up if she did any asking around, as parts of it were true. When necessity demands it, I'm an excellent liar. Not the noblest of skills, but useful. It ties closely to acting and storytelling. and I learned all 3 from my father, who was a master craftsman. "You are so full of horseshit," she said matter-of-factly. I froze with my teeth halfway into my apple. I pulled back, leaving white impressions on the red skin. "I beg your pardon?" She shrugged. "If you don't want to tell me, that's fine, but don't fabricate some story out of a misguided desire to pacify or impress me." I drew a deep breath, hesitated, and let it out slowly. "I don't want to lie to you about why I'm here," I said, "but I worry what you might think if I tell you the truth." Denna's eyes were dark, thoughtful, and gave nothing away. "Fair enough," she said at last, with an almost imperceptible nod. "I believe that." She took a bite of her apple and gave me a long look as she chewed, never looking away from my eyes. Her lips were wet and redder than the apple. "I heard some rumors," I said at last, "and I want to know what happened here. That's all, really. I just..." "Listen, Quoth, I'm sorry." Denna sighed and ran a hand through her hair. "I shouldn't have pushed you. It's none of my business, really. I know what it's like to have secrets." I almost told her everything then. The whole story about my parents, the Chandrian, the man with black eyes and a nightmare smile. But I worried it might seem like the desperate elaboration of a child caught in a lie. So instead I took the coward's way out and stayed silent. "You'll never find your true love that way," Denna said. I snapped out of my reverie, confused. "I'm sorry, what?" "You eat the core of your apple," she said, amused. "You eat it all around, then from the bottom to the top. I've never seen anyone do that before." "Old habit," I said dismissively, not wanting to tell her the truth. That there had been a time in my life when the core was all of the apple I was likely to find, and I'd been glad of it. "What did you mean before? Didn't you ever play that game?" She held up her own apple core and grabbed the stem with 2 fingers. "You think of a letter and twist. If the stem stays on, you think of another letter and twist again. When the stem breaks off," hers did, "you know the first letter of the name of the person you're going to fall in love with." I looked down at the tiny piece of apple I had left. Not enough to grip and twist. I bit off the last of the apple and tossed the stem. "Looks like I'm destined to be loveless." "There you go with 7 words again," she said with a smile. "You do realize you always do that." It took me a minute to realize what she was referring to, but before I could respond, Denna had moved on. "I heard the seeds are supposed to be bad for you," she said. "They have arsenic in them." "That's just a wives' tale," I said. It was one of the 10,000 questions I'd asked Ben when he travelled with the troop. "It's not arsenic, it's cyanide, and there's not enough to hurt you unless you eat buckets full." "Oh." Denna gave the remains of her apple a speculative look, then began to eat it from the bottom up. "You were telling me about what happened to Master Ash before I rudely interrupted," I prompted, gently as I could. Denna shrugged. "There isn't much left to tell. I saw the fire, came closer, heard more shouting and commotion." "And the fire?" She hesitated. "Blue." I felt a sort of dark anticipation rise up in me. Excitement at finally being close to answers about the Chandrian, fear at the thought of being close to them. "What did the ones look like who attacked you? How did you get away?" She gave a bitter laugh. "Nobody attacked me. I saw shapes outlined against the fire and ran like Billy Hell." She lifted her bandaged arm and touched the side of her head. "I must have gone headfirst into a tree and knocked myself out. I woke up in town this morning. That's the other reason I needed to come back," she said. "I don't know if Master Ash might still be out here. I didn't hear anyone in town talking about finding an extra body, but I couldn't ask without making everyone suspicious." "And he wouldn't like that," I said. Denna nodded. "I don't doubt he'll turn this into another test to see how well I can keep my mouth shut." She gave me a significant look. "Speaking of which, I'll make a point of being terribly surprised if we find anyone," I said. "Don't worry." She smiled nervously. "Thanks. I just hope he's alive." I've invested 2 whole span trying to win him over. She took a final drink out of my water bottle and handed it back to me. Let's go have a look around, shall we? Denna came unsteadily to her feet, and I tucked my water bottle back into my travel sack, watching her out of the corner of my eye. I had worked in the Medicare for the better part of a year. Denna had been struck on her left temple hard enough to blacken her eye and bruise her well past her ear into her hairline. Her right arm was bandaged, and from the way she carried herself, I guess she had some serious bruises along her left side, if not a few broken ribs. If she had run into a tree, it must have been an oddly shaped tree. But still, I didn't make a point of it. Didn't press her. How could I? I too knew what it was like to have secrets. The farm was nowhere near as gruesome as it could have been. The barn was nothing but a jumble of ash and planking. To one side, a water trough stood next to a charred windmill. The wind tried to spin the wheel, but it only had 3 fins left, and it simply swayed back and forth, back and forth. There were no bodies, only the deep ruts wagon wheels had cut into the turf when they had come to haul them away. How many people were at the wedding? I asked. 26, counting the bride and groom. Denna kicked idly at the charred timber half buried in ashes near the remains of the barn. Good thing it usually rains in the evenings here, or this whole side of the mountain would be on fire by now. Any simmering feuds lurking around here? I asked. Rival families? Another suitor looking for revenge? Of course, Denna said easily. Little town like this, that's what keeps things on an even keel. These folk will carry a grudge for 50 years about what their Tom said about our Kari. She shook her head. But nothing of the killings. These were normal folk. Normal but wealthy, I thought to myself as I walked toward the farmhouse. This was the sort of house only a wealthy family could afford to build. The foundation and the lower walls were solid grey stone. The upper story was plaster and timber with stone reinforcing the corners. Still, the walls sagged inward on the verge of collapse. The windows and door gaped with dark soot licking out around the edges. I peered through the doorway and saw the grey stone of the walls charred black. There was broken crockery scattered among the remains of furniture and charred floorboards. Your things were in there, I said to Denna. I think they're as good as gone. I could go in for a look. Don't be stupid, she said. This whole thing is about to come down. She knocked a knuckle against the doorframe. It echoed hollowly. Curious at the odd sound of it, I went over to look. I picked at the doorpost with a fingernail, and a long splinter the size of my palm peeled away with little resistance. This is more like driftwood than timber, I said. After spending all this money, why skimp on the doorframe? Denna shrugged. Maybe the heat of the fire did it? I nodded absently and continued to wander around, looking things over. I bent to pick up a piece of charred shingle and muttered a binding under my breath. A brief chill spread up my arms, and flame flickered to life along the rough edge of the wood. That's something you don't see every day, Denna said. Her voice was calm, but it was a forced calm, as if she was trying hard to sound nonchalant. It took me a moment to figure out what she was talking about. Simple sympathy like this was so commonplace in the university that I hadn't even thought about how it would look to someone else. Just a little meddling with dark forces better left alone, I said lightly, holding up the burning shingle. The fire was blue last night? She nodded. Like a coal gas flame, like the lamps they have in anime. The shingle was burning an ordinary, cheerful orange. No trace of blue about it, but it could have been blue last night. I dropped the shingle and crushed it out with my boot. I circled the house again. Something was bothering me, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I wanted to go inside for a look around. The fire really wasn't that bad, I called out to Denna. What did you end up leaving inside? Not that bad, she said incredulously as she came around the corner. The place is a husk. I pointed. The roof isn't burned through except right by the chimney. That means the fire probably didn't damage the second story very much. What of yours was in there? I had some clothes and a lyre Master Ash bought for me. You play lyre? I was surprised. How many strings? 7, I'm just learning. She gave a brief, humorless laugh. I was learning. I'm good enough for a country wedding, and that's about it. Don't waste yourself on the lyre, I said. It's an archaic instrument with no room for subtlety. Not to disparage your choice of instrument, I said quickly. It's just that your voice deserves better accompaniment than a lyre can give you. If you're looking for a straight string instrument you can carry with you, go for a half harp. Oh, sweet, she said. But I didn't pick it, Mr. Ash did. I'll push him for a harp next time. She looked around aimlessly and sighed. If he's still alive? I peered in one of the gaping windows to look around, only to have a chunk of the windowsill snap off in my hands when I leaned on it. This one's rotten too, I said, crumbling it in my hand. Exactly. Denna took hold of my arm and pulled me away from the window. The place is just waiting to fall in on you. It's not worth going in. Like you said, it's just a lie. I let myself be led away. Your patron's body might be up there. Denna shook her head. He's not the sort to run into a burning building and get himself trapped. She gave me a hard look. What do you think you're going to find in there anyway? I don't know, I admitted. But if I don't go inside, I don't know where else to look for clues about what really happened here. What rumors did you hear anyway? Denna asked. Not much, I admitted, thinking back to what the bargeman had said. A bunch of people were killed at a wedding, everyone dead, torn apart like rag dolls. Blue fire. They weren't really torn apart, Denna said. From what I heard in town, it was a lot of knife and sword work. I hadn't seen anyone wearing so much as a belt knife since I'd been in town. The closest thing had been farmers with sickles and scythes in the fields. I looked back at the sagging farmhouse, sure that I was missing something. So what do you think happened here? She asked. I don't know, I said. I was half expecting to find nothing. You know how rumors get blown out of proportion. I looked around. I would have written the blue fire off to rumor if you hadn't been here to confirm it. Other people saw it last night, she said. Things were still smoldering when they came for the bodies and found me. I looked around, irritated. I still felt like I was missing something, but I couldn't think of what in the world it could be. What do you think in town? I asked. Folk weren't really talkative around me, she said bitterly. But I caught a bit of the conversation between the constable and the mayor. Folk are whispering about demons. The blue fire made sure of that. Some folk were talking about shamblemen. I expect the harvest festival will be more traditional than usual this year. Lots of fires and cider and straw men. I looked around again. The collapsed wreckage of the barn, a windmill with 3 fins, and a burned-out husk of a house. Frustrated, I ran my hands through my hair, still sure I was missing something. I'd expected to find something, anything. As I stood there, it occurred to me how foolish the hope was. What had I hoped to find? A footprint? A scrap of cloth from someone's cloak? Some crumpled note with a vital piece of information conveniently written out for me to find? That sort of thing only happened in stories. I pulled out my water bottle and drank off the last one. Well, I'm done here, I said as I walked over to the water trough. What are you planning to do next? I need to look around a bit, she said. There's a chance my gentleman friend is out there, hurt. I looked out over the rolling hills, gold with autumn leaves and wheat fields, green with pasture and stands of pine and fir. Scattered throughout were the dark scars of bluffs and stone outcroppings. There's a lot of ground to cover, I said. She nodded, her expression resigned. I've got to at least make an effort. Would you like some help? I asked. I know a little woodcraft. I certainly wouldn't mind the company, she said, especially considering the fact that there may be a troop of marauding demons in these parts. Besides, you already offered to make me dinner tonight. That I did. I made my way past the charred windmill to the iron hand pump. I grabbed the handle, leaned my weight against it and staggered as it snapped off the base. I stared at the broken pump handle. It was rusted through to the center, crumbling away in gritty sheets of red rust. In a sudden flash, I remembered coming back to find my troop killed that evening so many years ago. I remembered reaching out a hand to steady myself and finding the strong iron bands on a wagon's wheel rusted away. I remembered the thick, solid wood falling to pieces when I touched it. Both? Denna's face was close to mine, her expression concerned. Are you all right? Tail you black and sit down before you fall down. Are you hurt? I moved to sit on the edge of the water trough, but the thick planking crumbled under my weight like a rotten stump. I let gravity pull me the rest of the way down and sat on the grass. I held the rusted-through pump handle up for Denna to see. She frowned at it. That pump was new. The father was bragging about how much it had cost to get a well set up here at the top of the hill. He kept saying that no daughter of his would have to carry buckets uphill 3 times a day. What do you think happened here? I asked. Truthfully. She looked around, the bruise on her temple a sharp contrast against her pale skin. I think when I'm done looking for my patron-to-be, I'm going to wash my hands of this place and never look back. That's not an answer, I said. What do you think happened? She looked at me for a long moment before responding. Something bad. I've never seen a demon, and I don't ever expect to, but I've never seen the king of it either. Do you know that children's song? Denna looked at me blankly. So I sang. When the hearth fire turns to blue, what to do, what to do? Run outside, run and hide. When your bright sword turns to rust, who to trust, who to trust? Stand alone, standing stone. Denna grew paler as she realized what I was implying. She nodded and chanted the chorus softly to herself. See a woman, pale as snow, silent come and silent go. What's their plan? What's their plan? Chandria. Chandria. Denna and I sat in the patchwork shade of the autumn trees, out of sight of the ruined farm. Chandrian. The Chandrian were really here. I was still trying to collect my thoughts when she spoke. Is this what you were expecting to find? She asked. It's what I was looking for, I said. Chandrian were here less than a day ago. But I didn't expect this. I mean, when you're a child and you go digging for buried treasure, you don't expect to find any. You go looking for dennerlings and fairies in the forest, but you don't find them. They killed my troop, and they'd killed this wedding party. Hell, I go looking for you and Imre all the time, but I don't actually expect to find you. I trailed off, realizing that I was blathering. Some of the tension bled out of Denna as she laughed. There was no mocking in it, only amusement. So am I a lost treasure, or a failing? You're both. Hidden, valuable, much sought and seldom found. I looked up at her, my mind hardly attending to what was coming out of my mouth. There's much of the Fae in you as well. They're real. Chandrian were real. You're never where I look for you, then you appear all unexpected like a rainbow. Over the last year, I'd held a silent fear in my secret heart. I worried at times that the memory of my troop's death and the Chandrian had just been a strange sort of grief dream my mind had created to help me deal with the loss of my entire world. But now I had something resembling proof. They were real. My memory was real. I wasn't crazy. When I was a child, I chased a rainbow for an hour one evening. Got lost in the woods. My parents were frantic. I thought I could catch up to it. I could see where it should touch the ground. That's what you're... Denna touched my arm. I felt the sudden warmth of her hand through my shirt. I drew a deep breath and smelled the smell of her hair, warm with the sun, the smell of green grass and her clean sweat and her breath and apple. The wind sighed through the trees and lifted her hair so that it tickled my face. Only when sudden silence filled the clearing did I realize that I'd been keeping up a steady stream of mindless chatter for several minutes. I flushed with embarrassment and looked around, suddenly remembering where I was. You were a little wild around the eyes there, she said gently. I don't think I've ever seen you out of sorts. I took another slow breath. I'm out of sorts all the time, I said. I just don't show it. My point exactly. She took a step back, her hand slowly sliding down the length of my arm until it fell away. So what now? I have no idea. I looked around aimlessly. That doesn't sound like you either, she said. I'd like a drink of water, I said, then gave a sheepish grin at how childish it sounded. She grinned back at me. That's a good place to start, she teased. After that? I'd like to know why the Chandrian attacked here. What's their plan, eh? She looked serious. There isn't much middle ground with you, is there? All you want is a drink of water and the answer to a question that folk have been guessing at since forever. What do you think happened here? I asked. Who do you think killed these folks? She crossed her arms in front of her chest. I don't know, she said. It could have been all manner of... She stopped, chewing on her lower lip. No, that's a lie, she said at last. It sounds strange to say, but I think it was them. It sounds like something out of a story, so I don't want to believe it, but I do. She looked at me nervously. That makes me feel better. I stood up. I thought I might be a little crazy. You still might be, she said. I'm not a good touchstone to use for judging your sanity. Do you feel crazy? She shook her head, a half smile curling the corner of her mouth. No. How about you? Not particularly. That's either good or bad, depending, she said. How do you propose we go about solving the mystery of the ages? I need to think on it for a while, I said. In the meantime, let's find your mysterious Master Ash. I'd love to ask him a few questions about what he saw back at the Morthen farm. Denner nodded. I was thinking I would head back to where he left me behind that bluff, then look between there and the farm, she shrugged. It's not much of a plan. It gives us a place to start, I said. If he came back and found you were gone, he might have left a trail that we could pick up. Denner led the way through the woods. It was warmer there, the trees kept the wind at bay, but the sun could still peer through as many of the trees were nearly bare. Only the tall oaks were still holding all their leaves, like self-conscious old men. As we walked, I tried to think of what reason the Chandrian could have had for killing these people. Was there any similarity between this wedding party and my troop? Someone's parents have been singing the entirely wrong sort of songs. What did you sing last night, I asked, for the wedding? The usual, Denner said, kicking through a pile of leaves. Bright stuff. Penny whistle, come wash in the river, copper bottom pot. He chuckled. Aunt Emmy's tub. You didn't, I said aghast. At a wedding? A drunk grandfather asked for it. She shrugged as she made her way through a thick tangle of yellowing bannerbire. There were a few raised eyebrows, but not many. They're earthy folk around here. We walked a little longer in silence. The wind gusted in the high branches above us, but where we trudged along it was just a whisper.
Hello.
I don't think I've ever heard "come wash" before. I'd have thought... Denner looked over her shoulder at me. Are you trying to trick me into singing for you? Of course. She turned and smiled warmly at me, her hair falling into her face. Maybe later. I'll sing for my supper. She led us around a tall outcrop of dark stone. It was chillier here, out of the sun. I think he left me here, she said, looking around uncertainly. Everything looks different during the day. Do you want to search the route back toward the farm or circle out from here? Circles, she said, but you'll have to show me what I'm supposed to be looking for. I'm a city girl. I briefly showed her what little I knew of woodcraft. I showed her the sort of ground where a boot will leave a scuff or a print. I pointed out how the pile of leaves she had walked through were obviously disturbed, and how the branches of the banner buyer were broken and torn where she'd struggled through. We stayed close together, as 2 pairs of eyes are better than one, and neither of us was eager to set off alone. We worked back and forth, making larger and larger arcs away from the bluff. After 5 minutes, I began to sense the futility of it. There was just too much forest. I could tell that Denner quickly came to the same conclusion. The storybook clues we hoped to find once again failed to show themselves. There were no torn scraps of cloth clinging to branches, no deep footprints or abandoned campsites. We did find mushrooms, acorns, mosquitoes, and raccoon scat cleverly concealed by pine needles. "Do you hear water?" Denner asked. I nodded. "Could really do with a drink," I said, "and a bit of a wash." We wandered wordlessly away from our search, neither one of us wanting to admit that we were eager to give it up, both of us feeling in our bones how pointless it was. We followed the sound of running water down the hill until we pushed through a thick stand of pine trees and came upon a lovely deep stream about 20 feet across. There was no scent of foundry runoff in this water, so we drank, and I topped off my water bottle. I knew the shape of stories. When a young couple comes to a river, there is a definite shape to what will happen next. Denner would bathe on the other side of the nearby fir tree, out of sight on a sandy bit of shore. I would move off a discreet distance, out of sight but within easy talking distance. Then something would happen. She would slip and turn her ankle or cut her foot on a sharp stone, and I'd be forced to rush over, and then... But this was not a story of 2 young lovers meeting by the river. So I splashed some water on my face and changed into my clean shirt behind a tree. Denner dipped her head in the water to cool off. Her glistening hair was dark as ink until she wrung it out with her hands. Then we sat on a stone, dandling our feet in the water and enjoying each other's company as we rested. We shared an apple, passing it back and forth between bites, which is close to kissing, if you've never kissed before. And after some gentle goading, Denner sang for me, 1 verse of Come Wash, a verse I had never heard before, which I suspect she made up on the spot. I will not repeat it here, as she sang it to me, not to you, and since this is not the story of 2 young lovers meeting by the river, it has no particular place here, and I will keep it to myself. Chapter 73. Pegs. Not long after the apple was gone, Denner and I pulled our feet out of the water and gathered ourselves to leave. I considered leaving off my boots, as feet that can run bare over Tarbead's rooftops are in no danger of being hurt by the roughest forest floor. But I didn't want to appear uncivilized, so I pulled on my socks, despite the fact that they were damp and clammy with sweat. I was lacing up my boot when I heard a faint noise off in the forest, out of sight, behind a stand of thick pine trees. Quietly, I reached out to Denner, touched her shoulder lightly to get her attention, and held my finger to my lips. "What?" she mouthed silently. I moved closer, stepping carefully to make as little sound as possible. "I think I hear something," I said, my head close to hers. "I'm going to go have a look." "Like hell you are," she whispered, her face pale in the shadow of the pines. "That's exactly what Ash said before he left last night. I'll be damned if you're going to disappear on me too." Before I could reply, I heard more movement through the trees. Brush rustling, the sharp snap of a dry pine branch. As the noises got louder, I could pick out the sound of something big breathing heavily. Then a low, animal grunt. Not human, not the Chandrian. My relief was short-lived as I heard another grunt and some snuffling. A wild boar, probably heading for the river. "Get behind me," I said to Denner. Most people don't realize how dangerous wild boars are, especially in the fall, when the males are fighting for dominance. Sympathy wouldn't be any good. I had no source, no link. I didn't have so much as a stout stick. Would it be distracted by the few apples I had left? The boar shouldered aside the low-hanging boughs of the nearby pine, snuffling and huffing. It probably weighed twice as much as me. It gave a great guttural grunt as it looked up and saw us. It lifted its head, nose wriggling, trying to catch our scent. "Don't run, or it'll chase you," I said softly, stepping slowly in front of Denner. At a loss for anything better, I brought out my folding knife and worked it open with my thumb. "Just back up and get into the river. They aren't good swimmers." "I don't think she's dangerous," Denner said in a normal tone behind me. "She looks more curious than angry." She paused. "Not that I don't appreciate your noble urges and all." At second glance, I saw Denner was right. It was a sow, not a boar, and under a patina of mud it was the pink of a domestic pig, not the brown bristle of a wild one. Bored, it lowered its head and began to root around among the shrubbery below the pine. Only then did I realize I was poised in a sort of half-crouch, one hand out like a wrestler. In the other hand, I held my pitiful folding knife, so small it needed several runs at halving a good-sized apple. Worst of all, I was only wearing one boot. I looked ridiculous, crazy as Elodin on his worst day. My face flushed hot, and I knew I must be red as a beet. Merciful Taylor, I feel like an idiot. "It's rather flattering, actually," Denner said. "With the exception of some rather irritating posturing in bars, I don't know if I've ever had anyone actually leap to my defense before." "Yes, of course." I kept my eyes down as I tugged on my other sock and boot, too embarrassed to look her in the eye. It's every girl's dream to be rescued from someone's pet pig. "I'm serious." I looked up and saw some gentle amusement in her face, but no mocking. "You looked fierce, like a wolf with all its hackles up." She stopped, looking up at my head. "Or a fox, I suppose. You're too red for a wolf." I relaxed a bit. A bristling fox is better than a deranged, half-shod idiot. "You're holding your knife wrong, though," she said matter-of-factly, nodding toward my hand. "If you actually stabbed anyone, your grip would slip and you'd cut your own thumb." Reaching out, she took hold of my fingers and moved them slightly. "If you hold it like this, your thumb is safe. The downside is that you lose a lot of the mobility in your wrist." "Been in a lot of knife fights, have you?" I asked, bemused. "Not as many as you might think," she said with a sly smile. "It's another page out of that worn book you men are so fond of using to court us." She rolled her eyes, exasperated. "I can't count the men who have tried to seduce me away from my virtue by teaching me how to defend it." "I've never seen you wearing a knife," I pointed out. "Why is that?" "Why would I wear a knife?" Denner asked. "I am a delicate blossom and all that. A woman who goes around wearing a knife is obviously looking for trouble." She reached deep into her pocket and brought out a long, slender piece of metal, glittering all along one edge. "However, a woman who carried a knife is readily trouble. Generally speaking, it's easier to appear harmless. It's less trouble all around." Only the fact that she was so matter-of-fact kept me from being startled. Her knife wasn't much larger than mine, but hers wasn't a folding knife. It was a straight piece of metal with thin leather wrapping the grip. It clearly wasn't designed for eating or performing odd jobs around the campfire. It looked more like one of the razor-sharp surgical knives from the Medica. "How do you keep that in your pocket without cutting yourself to shreds?" I asked. Denner turned sideways to show me. "My pocket is slit all along the inside. It straps to my leg. That's why it's so flat, so you can't see I'm wearing it." She gripped the leather handle and held her knife in front of her for me to see. "Like this. You want to keep your thumb along the flap. Are you trying to seduce me away from my virtue by teaching me how to defend it?" I asked. "Like you have any virtue," she laughed. "I'm trying to keep you from cutting up your pretty hands the next time you have to save a girl from a pig." She cocked her head to the side. "Speaking of, did you know that when you're angry, your eyes—"
"You pigs!"
A voice came through the trees, accompanied by the dull clank of a bell.
"Pig, pig, pig!"
The great sow perked up and trotted back through the brush towards the sound of the voice. Denner took a moment to replace her knife while I picked up my travel sack. Following the pig through the trees, we spotted a man downstream with a half-dozen large sows milling around him. There was an old bristling boar, too, and a score of assorted piglets scampering underfoot. The swineherd eyed us suspiciously. "Hello!" he shouted. "They be afeard! They way bait!" He was lean and leathery from the sun, with a scraggling beard. His long stick had a crude bronze bell hanging from it, and he wore a tattered bag over one shoulder. He smelled better than you'd probably expect, as ranging pigs keep themselves cleaner than those kept penned. Even if he had smelled like a penned pig, I couldn't really hold it against him, as I had no doubt smelled worse at various points in my life. "I thought I heard summat then to water a ways," he said, his accent so thick and oily you could almost taste it. My mother referred to it as a deep valley accent, since you only found them in towns that didn't have much contact with the outside world. Even in small rural towns like Trebon, folk didn't have much of an accent these days. Living in Tarbeen and Imre for so long, I hadn't heard a dialect this thick in years. The fellow must have grown up in a truly remote location, probably tucked far back into the mountains. He came up to where we stood, his weathered face grim as he squinted at us. "What are the two of you doing out here?" he said suspiciously. "I thought I heard Sangad." "That were me cousin," I said, making a nod toward Denna. "She have a lovely voice for skirling, don't she?" I held out my hand. "I'm great glad to meet you, sir. You clept me couther." He looked taken aback when he heard me speak, and a good portion of the grim suspicion faded from his expression. "Pleased I'm certain, Master Cowtip," he said, shaking my hand. "It's a rare treat to meet a fellow respects proper. Drummers round these parts sound like they've got a mouthful of wool." I laughed. My father used to say wool in the mouth and wool in the head." He grinned and shook my hand. "My name is Skyvan Seamadfennick." "You got name enough for a king," I said. "Would you be terrible offended if I'd pared it down to shame?" "Oh, my friends there," he grinned at me, clapping me on the back. "Shame will do it for you for lovely young folk like yourselves." He looked back and forth between Denna and myself. Denna, much to her credit, hadn't so much as batted an eye at my sudden change in dialect. "Forgive me," I said, making a gesture in her direction. "Shame, lass is my most favourite cousin." "Dina," Denna said. I dropped my voice to a stage whisper. "Sweet lass, she is terrible shy. You won't be here and make a lot of her, I'm afraid." Denna picked up her part without the least hesitation, looking down at her feet and twining her fingers together nervously. She glanced up long enough to smile at the swineherd, then dropped her eyes again, making such a picture of awkward bashfulness that I was almost appalled myself. Sheem touched his forehead politely and nodded. "Pleased to meet you, Denna. I haven't never heard a voice so lovely in all my life," he said, pushing his shapeless hat back onto his head a bit. When Denna still wouldn't meet his eye, he turned back to me. "Fine looking herd." I nodded in the direction of the scattered pigs that were meandering through the trees. He shook his head, chuckling. "Nay, a herd. Sheep and cows make a herd. Pigs make a sounder." "Is that so?" I said. "Is there a chance, friend Shane, that I might buy a fine wee pig from you? My cousin and I messed our dinner today." "Might do," he said cautiously, his eyes flickering to my purse. "If you dress it for us, I'll give you 4 jots," I said, knowing it to be a generous price. "But that's only if you'll do us the favour of sitting down and sharing a bite with us." It was a casual testing of the waters. People in solitary jobs like shepherds or swineherds tend to either enjoy their own company or be starved for conversation. I hoped Sheem was the latter. I needed information about the wedding, and none of the people in town seemed likely to talk. I gave him a sly grin and dipped my hand into my travel sack, bringing out the bottle of brand I'd bought from the tinker. "We've even got a dram of something to season it, if you're not opposed to taking a drop with a couple of strangers so early in the day." Denna caught her cue and glanced up in time to catch Sheen's eye, smiled shyly, then looked down again. My mother raised me proper," the swineherd said piously, laying a hand flat on his chest. "I don't drink but when I'm thirsty or when the wind's blowing." He He tipped his shapeless hat dramatically off his head and made a half bow to us. You seem to be good folk. I'd love to share a bit of Danny with you. Sheem collared a young pig and carried it off a ways, where he killed and dressed it using a long knife from his bag. I cleared away leaves and stacked some rocks to make a quick fire pit. After a minute, Denner came over with an armload of dry wood. I assume we're pumping this fellow for every scrap of information we can get, she said quietly over my shoulder. I nodded. Sorry about the shy cousin bit, but no, it was good thinking. I don't speak fluent bumpkin, and he'll be more likely to open up to someone who does. Her eyes flickered behind me. He's almost done. She wandered away towards the river. I covertly used some sympathy to start the fire, while Denner cobbled together a couple of cooking skewers out of forked willow branches. Sheem returned with the piglet neatly quartered. I passed around the bottle of brand while the pig cooked over the fire, smoking and dripping fat onto the coals. I made a show of drinking, just raising the bottle and wetting my mouth. Denner tipped it when it passed her by as well, and there was some rosy colour in her cheeks afterward. Sheem was as good as his word, and since the wind was blowing, it wasn't too long before his nose was comfortably red. Sheem and I chatted about nothing in particular, until the pig was crispy and crackling on the outside. The more I listened, the more Sheem's accent faded into the back of my awareness, and I didn't need to concentrate so much on maintaining my own. By the time the pig was done, I was hardly aware of it at all. You're right handy with a knife, I complimented Sheem, but I'm surprised you've got a little fellow right here with the pegs close by. He shook his head. Pegs is vicious bastards. He pointed to one of the sows trotting over to the patch of ground where he dressed the pig. See, she's after this little one's lights. Pegs is clever, but they ain't a touch sentimental. Declaring the pig nearly done, Sheem brought out a round farmer's loaf and shared it 3 ways. Mutton, he grumbled to himself. Who wants mutton when you can have a nice piece of bacon? He got to his feet and began to carve the pig with his long knife. What would you like, little lady? Sheem said to Denner. I'm no partial myself, she said. I'll take whatever you have handy there. I was glad Sheem wasn't looking at me when she spoke. Her accent wasn't perfect, a little too long on the O's and too tight in the back of the throat, but it was really quite good. No need to be shy about that, Sheem said. There'll be plenty and to spare. I've always had a liking for the hinder parts myself, Denner said, then flushed in embarrassment and looked down. Her O's were better this time. Sheem showed his true gentlemanly nature by refraining from any crude comments as he lay a thick slice of steaming meat atop her piece of bread. Mind your fingers. Give it a minute to cool. Everyone set to. Sheem served up seconds, then thirds. Before too long, we were licking the grease from our fingers and filling in the corners. I decided to get to business. If Sheem wasn't ready for some gossip now, he never would be. I'm surprised to see you out and about with all the bad business lately. What business is that? He asked. He didn't know about the wedding massacre yet. Perfect. While he couldn't give me particulars about the attack itself, it meant he would be more willing to talk about the events leading up to the wedding. Even if everyone in town wasn't scared to death, I doubted I'd be able to find anyone willing to speak with frank honesty about the dead. I heard they had some trouble up at Northern Farm, I said, keeping my information as vague and inoffensive as possible. He snorted. Can't say as I find that startling in the least. How's that? Sheem spat to the side. Martins are a right lot of bastards, ain't no better than they should be. He shook his head again. I keep off Barra Hill 'cause I've got one lick of good sense me mum beat into me. Martin don't even have that. It wasn't until I heard Sheem say the name of the place in his thick accent that I heard it properly. It wasn't Borrow Rill. It had nothing to do with a rill. It was Barrow Hill. I don't even graze my bags there, but that daft Barshall builds a house. He shook his head, disgusted. Didn't folk try and stop him? Denner prompted. The swineherd made a rude noise. Bah, Marthin ain't much for a lass, Nan. Nothing plugs a man's ears like money. Still, it's just a house, I said dismissively. Ain't much harm in that. Man wants a daughter to have a fine house with a view, that's all to the good, Sheem conceded.
But when you're digging a foundation and you find bones and such and you don't stop, that's a whole new type of stupid. He didn't, Dennis said aghast. She nodded, leaning forward. And that weren't the worst of it. He keeps digging and he hits stone. Then does he stop? He sniffed. He starts spawning them up, looking for more so he can use them for the house. Why wouldn't he want to use the stones he found? I asked. Sheem looked at me like I was daft. When they build a house with barrow stones, will you dig someone out of a barrow and give it to your daughter as a wedding present? You found something? What was it? I passed him the bottle. Well, that's a great damn secret, ain't it? Sheem said bitterly, taking another drink. From what I hear, he was out there digging the house foundation and putting up stones. Then he finds a little stone room all sealed up tight. But he makes everybody keep mum about what he finds there on account he wants it to be the great surprise at the wedding. Some sort of treasure? I asked. Money, he shook his head. Martin's never been quiet about that. It were probably some sort of... His mouth opened and closed a bit, searching for a word. What do you call something old that rich folk put on a shelf to impress all their grummer friends? I gave a helpless shrug. An heirloom? Dennis said. Sheem laid his finger alongside his nose and then pointed to her, smiling. That's it. Some flash tank to impress folk. He's a showy bastard, Martin is. So nobody knew what it was? I asked. Sheem nodded. There was only the handful that knew. Martin and his brother, two of the sons, and maybe his wife. That lot of them been lording the big secret over folk for half a year, smug as pond tips. This cast everything in a new light. I needed to get back to the farm and look at things again. Have you seen anyone around these parts today? Then we're looking for my uncle. Sheem shook his head. Can't say as I've had the pleasure. I'm really worried about him, she pressed. I won't lie to you, dearie, he said. You've got reason to be worried if he's alone in these woods. Are there bad folk around? I asked. Not like you're thinking, he said. I don't get down here but once a year in the fall. Forage for the hogs makes it worth my while, but only just. There's strange things in these woods, special off to the north. He looked at Denner, then down at his feet, obviously unsure as to whether or not he should continue. This is exactly the sort of thing I wanted to know about, so I waved his comment away, hoping to provoke him. Thank God telling us fairy stories, Sheem. Sheem frowned. 2 nights ago when I got up there, he hesitated, glancing at Denner. I tend to my personals. I saw lights up to the north. Big wash of blue flame, big as a bonfire. All of a sudden, he snapped his finger. Then nothing. Happened 3 times, sent a chill right down the middle of my back. 2 nights ago, I asked. The wedding had only been last night. I said 2 nights, didn't I? Sheem said. I've been making my way south ever since. I want a part of whatever is making blue fire in the night up there. Sheem, really? Blue fire? I'm not some lying roo, spinning stories to scare you out of pennies, boy, he said, plainly irritated. I spent my life in these hells. Everyone knows that there's something out in the North Bluffs. There's a reason folks stay away from there. Aren't there any farms out there? I asked. There's no place to farm on the bluffs unless you're growing rocks, he said hotly. You think I don't know a candle or a campfire when I see one? It was blue, I tell you. Great billows of it. He made an expansive gesture with his arm. Like when you pour liquor on a fire. I let it go and turned the conversation elsewhere. Before too long, Sheem gave a deep sigh and got to his feet. The pigs will have picked this place clean by now, he said, picking up his walking stick and shaking it so the crude bell clanked loudly. Pigs came trotting up obediently from all directions. "Hello, pigs!" he shouted. "Pigs, pigs, pigs, come on, you counts!" I wrapped up the remains of the cooked pig in a piece of sackcloth, and Denner made a few trips with the water bottle and doused the fire. By the time we were finished, Sheem had his sounder in order. It was larger than I'd thought, more than 2 dozen full-grown sows, plus the young pigs, and the boar with the grey, bristling back. He gave a brief wave, and without any further word, headed off.
the bell on his walking stick clanking as he walked, and his pigs trailing in a loose mob behind him. "Well, that wasn't terribly subtle," Denner said. "I had to push him a bit," I said. "Superstitious folk don't like to talk about things they're afraid of." He was about to clam up, and I needed to know what he'd seen in the forest. "I could have got it out of him," she said. "More flies with honey and all that?" "You probably could have," I admitted as I shouldered my travel sack and began to walk. "I thought you said you didn't speak, bumpkin." "I've got a mimic's ear," she said, with an indifferent shrug. "I pick up things like that pretty quickly." "Surprised the hell out of moi," I spat. Damn, I'm going to be a whole span of days getting rid of that accent, like a piece of gristle in my teeth. Denner was eyeing the surrounding landscape despondently. "I guess we should get back to beating the bushes then. Find my patron and find you some answers." "No point really," I said. "I know, but I can't give up without at least trying." "That's not what I mean. Look." I pointed to where the pigs had rooted around in the dirt and leaves, going after some choice morsel. "He's been letting his pigs graze all over. Even if there is a trail, we'd never find it." She drew a long breath and let it out in a tired sigh. "Oh, is there anything left in that bottle?" she asked wearily. "My head still aches." "I'm an idiot," I said, looking around. "I wish you'd mentioned it was bothering you sooner." I walked over to a young birch tree, cut off several long strips of bark and brought them back to her. "The inside of the bark is a good painkiller." "You're a handy fellow to have around." She peeled some off with a fingernail and put it in her mouth. She wrinkled her nose. "Bitter." "That's how you know it's real medicine," I said. "If it tasted good, it would be candy." "Isn't that the way of the world?" she said. "We want the sweet things, but we need the unpleasant ones." She smiled when she said it, but only with her mouth. "Speaking of," she said, "how am I going to find my patron? I'm open to suggestions." "I have an idea," I said, shouldering my travel sack. "But first, we have to head back up to the farm. There's something I need to take a second look at." We made our way back to the top of Barrow Hill, and I saw how it had come by its name. Odd, irregular lumps rose and fell, despite the fact that there weren't any other rocks nearby. Now that I was looking for them, they were impossible to miss. "What is it you needed to look at?" Denner said. "Realize that if you attempt to go inside the house, I might be forced to physically restrain you." "Look at the house," I said. "Now look at the bluff that's sticking out of the trees behind it." I pointed. "The rock around here is dark, and the stones of the house are grey," she finished. I nodded. She continued to look at me expectantly. "And that means what, exactly?" "Like you said, they found barrow stones." "There aren't any barrows around here," I said. "People build barrows in winters, where it's traditional, or in low, marshy places where you can't dig a grave. We're probably 500 miles away from a real barrow." I walked closer to the farmhouse. "Besides, you don't use stones to build barrows. Even if you did, you wouldn't use quarried, finished stone like this. This was brought from a long ways away." I ran a hand over the smooth grey stones of the wall. "Because someone wanted to build something that would last, something solid." I turned back to face Denner. "I think there's an old hill fort buried here." Denner thought about it for a moment. "Why would they call it Barrow Hill if there weren't real barrows?" "Probably because folk around here haven't ever seen a real barrow, just heard about them in stories. When they find a hill with big mounds on it," I pointed out the oddly shaped hillocks. "Barrow Hill." "But this is nowhere." She looked around aimlessly. "This is the outside edge of nowhere." "Now it is," I agreed. "But back when this was built..." I gestured to a break in the trees to the north of the burned farmhouse. "Come over here for a second. I want to look at something else." Walking past the trees on the northern ridge of the hill gave a gorgeous view of the surrounding countryside. The red and yellow of autumn leaves were breathtaking. I could see a few houses and barns scattered about, surrounded by golden fields, or pale green pieces of pasture with dots of white sheep. I could see the stream where Denner and I had dandled our feet. Looking north, I could see the bluffs Sheem had mentioned. The land looked rougher there. I nodded mostly to myself. You can see 30 miles in every direction. The only hill with a better view is that one. I pointed to a tall hill obscuring my view of the northern bluffs. And that one practically comes to a point. It's too narrow on top for any decent-sized fortification. She looked around thoughtfully, then nodded. Fair enough, you sold me. There was a hill fort here. What now? Well, I'd like to make it to the top of that hill before we set camp tonight. I pointed at the tall, narrow hill that was currently hiding part of the bluffs from our sight. It's only a mile or two, and if there's anything strange going on in the North Bluffs, we'll have a clear view of it from there. I thought for a moment. Plus, if Ash is anywhere within 20 miles, he could see our fire and come to us. If he's trying to keep a low profile and doesn't want to go into town, he might still approach a campfire. Denner nodded. It certainly beats the hell out of stumbling around in the brush. I have my moments, I said, making a grand gesture down the hill. Please, ladies first. Chapter 74. Waystone. Despite our general weariness, Denner and I made good time and came to the top of the northern hill just as the sun was setting behind the mountain. Though trees ringed the hill on all sides, its peak was as bald as a priest's head. The unrestricted view in all directions was breathtaking. My only regret is that the clouds had blown in while we walked, leaving the sky flat and grey as slate. To the south I could see a handful of small farms. A few streams and narrow roads cut meandering paths through the trees. The western mountains were like a distant wall. To the south and east I could see smoke rising into the sky and the low brown buildings of Trebon. Turning north, I saw that what the swineherd had said was true. There were no signs of human habitation in that direction. No roads or farms or chimney smoke. Just increasingly rough ground, exposed rock, and trees clinging to the bluffs. The only thing on the top of the hill was a handful of grey stones. 3 of the massive stones were stacked together to form a huge arch, like a massive doorway. The other 2 lay on their sides, as if lounging in the thick grass. I found their presence comforting, like the unexpected company of old friends. Denner sat on one of the fallen grey stones as I stood looking out over the countryside. I felt a slight prickle of rain against my face and muttered a curse, flipping the hood of my cloak up. It won't last long, Denner said. It's done this the last couple of nights. Clouds up, soaks for about half an hour, then blows over. Good, I said. I hate sleeping in the rain. I set my travel sack on the leeward side of one of the grey stones, and the 2 of us began to set up camp. We each went about our business, as if we'd done this 100 times before. Denner cleared a space for a fire and gathered stones. I brought back an armload of wood and got the fire going quickly. On my next trip, I gathered some sage and dug up a few wild onions I'd noticed on the way up the hill. The rain came down hard, then tapered off as I started to make supper. I used my small cook pot to make a stew with the leftover pork from lunch, some carrots and potatoes, and the onions I'd found. I seasoned it with salt, pepper, and sage, then warmed a loaf of flatbread near the fire and broke open the wax on the cheese. Last of all, I tucked 2 apples in among the hot rocks of the fire. They'd be baked in time for dessert. By the time dinner was ready, Denner had amassed a small mountain of firewood. I spread out my blanket for her to sit on, and she made appreciative noises over the food as we set about eating. A girl could get used to this sort of treatment, Denner said after we'd finished. She leaned contentedly back against one of the grey stones. If you had your lute here, you could sing me to sleep and everything would be perfect. I met a tinker on the road this morning. He tried to sell me a bottle of fruit wine, I said. I wish I'd taken him up on his offer. I love fruit wine, she said. Was it strawberry? I think it was, I admitted. Well, that's what you get for not listening to a tinker on the road, she chided, her eyes drowsy. A clever boy like you has heard enough stories to know better. She sat up suddenly, pointing over my shoulder. Look, turn. What am I looking for? I asked. The sky was still thick with clouds, so the surrounding countryside was just a sea of black. Just keep looking. Maybe it will... There! I saw it. A flicker of blue light off in the distance. I got to my feet and put the fire behind me so it wouldn't dull my vision. Denna came to stand beside me and we waited breathlessly for a moment. Another swell of blue light, stronger. What do you think that is? I asked. I'm pretty sure all the iron mines are off to the west, Denna mused. It can't be that. There was another flare. It did seem to be coming from the bluffs, which meant that if it was a flame, it was a big one. At least several times larger than our own fire. You said your patron had a way of signaling you, I said slowly. I don't mean to pry, but it's not... No, it's nothing to do with blue fire, she said with a low chuckle at my discomfiture. That would be altogether too sinister, even for him. We watched for a while longer, but it didn't happen again. I took a branch about as big around as my thumb, broke it in half, then used a rock to pound both halves into the earth like tent stakes. Denna raised a questioning eyebrow. It points towards where we saw the light, I said. I can't see any landmarks in this dark, but in the morning this will show us what direction it was in. We reclaimed our previous seats and I threw more wood on the fire, sending sparks twinkling up into the air. One of us should probably stay up with the fire, I said, in case anyone shows up. I don't tend to sleep through the night anyway, Denna said, so that shouldn't be a problem. You have trouble sleeping? I have dreams, she said, in a tone of voice that made it clear that was all she had to say on the subject. I picked at some brown burr that clung to the edge of my cloak, pulling it out and tossing it into the fire. I think I've got an idea about what happened at the Morton farm. She perked up. Do tell. The question is, why would the Chandrian attack at that specific place and time? The wedding, obviously. But why this particular wedding? Why this night? Why don't you just tell me? Denna said, rubbing her forehead. Don't try to tease me into some sort of sudden burst of understanding like you're my schoolmaster. I felt myself flush hot with embarrassment again. I'm sorry. Don't be. Normally I'd love nothing more than some witty back and forth with you, but I've had a long day and my head aches. Just skip to the end. It's whatever Morton found while he was digging up the old hill fort looking for stones, I said. He dug something out of the ruins and gossiped about it for months. The Chandrian heard and showed up to steal it. I finished with a bit of a flush. Denna frowned. Doesn't hold together. If all they wanted was the item, they could have waited until after the wedding and just killed the newlyweds. Much easier. That took some of the wind out of my sail. You're right. It would make more sense if what they really wanted was to get rid of all knowledge of the thing, like old King Kelon, when he thought his regent was going to expose him for treason. Kill the fellow's whole family and burn down their estate to make sure no word got out or evidence was left for anyone to find. Denna gestured off to the south. Since everyone who knew the secret would be at the wedding, the Chandrian can come in, kill everyone who knows anything, and either destroy or steal whatever it is. She made a motion with the flat of her hand. Clean sweep. I sat stunned. Not so much by what Denna had said, which was, of course, better than my own guess. I was remembering what had happened to my own troop. Someone's parents have been singing entirely the wrong sort of songs. But they hadn't just killed my parents. They killed everyone who had been close enough to hear even a part of the song. Denna rolled herself into my blanket and curled up with her back to the fire. I will allow you to ponder my vast cleverness while I sleep. Wake me when you need anything else figured out. I stayed awake mostly through an effort of will. I'd had a long, grueling day, riding 60 miles and walking a half dozen more. But Denna was hurt and needed her sleep more. Besides, I wanted to keep an eye out for any more signs of the blue light to the north. There weren't any. I fed the fire and wondered vaguely if Will and Sim were worried about my sudden disappearance back at the university. What of Arwyll and Elk Sadal and Kilvin? Would they wonder what happened to me? I should have left a note. I had no way to track the time as the clouds still hid the stars, but I had fed the fire at least 6 or 7 times when I saw Denna stiffen and come suddenly awake. She didn't bolt upright, but her breathing stopped, and I saw her dark eyes dart about wildly, as if she didn't know where she was. "Sorry," I said, mostly to give her something familiar to focus on. "Did I wake you?" She relaxed and sat up. No, not at all. I'm done sleeping for a bit. You want to turn?" She rubbed her eyes and peered at me over the fire. "Silly question. You look like hell." She began to unwrap the blanket from around herself. "Here." I waved it off. "Keep it. My cloak is good enough." I put my hood up and lay down on the grass. "What a jacket," she teased gently, wrapping it across her shoulders. I pillowed my head with my arm, and while I was trying to think of a clever response, I fell asleep. I woke from a dim dream of moving through a crowded street to the sight of Denna's face above me, rosy and sharply shadowed by the firelight. All in all, a very pleasant way to wake up. I was about to say something to that effect when she put her finger over my lips, distracting me in about 18 different ways. "Quiet," she said softly. "Listen." I sat up. "Do you hear it?" she asked after a moment. I cocked my head. "That's the wind." She shook her head and cut me off with a gesture. "There." I did hear it. At first, I thought it was some disturbed rocks sliding down the hill, but no, this didn't fade into the distance like that would. It sounded more like something being dragged up the side of the hill. I got to my feet and looked around. While I'd slept, the clouds had blown away, and now the moon lit the surrounding countryside in pale silver light. Our wide fire pit was brim full of shimmering coals. Just then, not far down the hillside, I heard... To say I heard a branch breaking would mislead you. When a person moving through the woods breaks a branch, it makes a short, sharp snap. This is because any branch a man breaks accidentally is small and breaks quickly. What I heard was no twig snapping. It was a long, cracking sound, the sound a leg-thick branch makes when it's torn from a tree. Crack, crack. And as I turned to look at Denna, I heard the other noise. How can I describe it? When I was young, my mother took me to see a menagerie in Senary. It was the only time I had ever seen a lion, and the only time I had heard one roar. The other children in the crowd were frightened, but I laughed, delighted. The sound was so deep and low that I could feel it rumble in my chest. I loved the feeling, and remember it to this day. The sound I heard on the hill near Trebon was not a lion's roar, but I felt it in my chest the same way. It was a grunt, deeper than a lion's roar, closer to the sound of thunder in the distance. Another branch broke, almost on the crest of the hill. I looked in that direction and saw a huge shape dimly lined by the firelight. I felt the ground shudder slightly under my feet. Denna turned to look at me, her eyes wide with panic. I grabbed hold of her arm and ran toward the opposite side of the hill. Denna kept up with me at first, then planted her feet when she saw where I was headed. "Don't be stupid," she hissed. "We'll break our necks if we run down that in the dark." She cast around wildly, then looked up at the nearby greystones. "Get me up there, and I'll haul you up after." I laced my fingers together to make a step. She put her foot into it, and I heaved so hard I almost threw her into the air where she could catch the edge of the stone. I waited a brief moment until she swung her leg up. Then I slung my travel sack over my shoulder and scrambled up the side of the massive stone. Rather, I should say, I scrambled at the side of the massive stone. It was worn smooth by ages of weather and didn't have any handholds to speak of. I slid to the ground, my hands scrabbling ineffectually. I bolted to the other side of the arch, hopped up onto one of the lower stones and made another leap. I hit the rock hard, all along the front of my body, knocking the wind out of me and banging my knee. My hands gripped at the top of the arch, but I couldn't find any purchase. Denna caught me. If this were some heroic ballad, I would tell you how she clasped my hand firmly and pulled me to safety. But the truth is, she got hold of my shirt with one hand while the other made a tight fist in my hair. She hauled hard and kept me from falling long enough for me to catch a grip and scramble to the top of the stone with her. As we lay there, panting, we peered over the edge of the stone. Down on the hilltop, the dim shape was beginning to move into the circle of our firelight. Half hidden in the shadows, it looked larger than any animal I had ever seen, big as a loaded wagon. It was black, with a massive body like a bull. It came closer, moving in an odd shuffle, not like a bull or a horse. The wind fanned the fire, causing it to flare up, and I saw it carried its thick body close to the ground, legs out to the side like a lizard. When it came farther into the light, the comparison was impossible to avoid. It was a huge lizard, not long like a snake. It was squat like a cinder brick, its thick neck blending into a head shaped like a massive flat wedge. It covered half the distance from the crest of the hill to our fire in a single spastic burst of speed. It grunted again, deep like rumbling thunder, and I felt it in my chest. As it came closer, it moved past the other grey stone that lay in the grass, and I realized my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. It was bigger than the grey stone. 6 feet high at the shoulder, 15 feet long, big as a horse cart, massive as a dozen bulls tied together. It moved its thick head back and forth, working its wide mouth open and closed, tasting the air. Then there was a burst of blue flame. The sudden light of it was blinding, and I heard Denna cry out beside me. I ducked my head and felt a wash of heat roll over us. Rubbing at my eyes, I looked down again and saw the thing move closer to the fire. It was black, scaled, massive. It grunted again like thunder, then bobbed its head and breathed another great gout of billowing blue fire. It was a dragon. Chapter 75. Interlude. Obedience. In the Waystone Inn, Kvothe paused expectantly. The moment stretched out until Chronicler looked up from his page. "I'm giving you the opportunity to say something," Kvothe said. Something along the lines of, "That can't be," or "There's no such thing as dragons." Chronicler wiped the nib of his pen clean. "It's not really my place to comment on the story," he said placidly. "If you say you saw a dragon..." He shrugged. Kvothe gave him a profoundly disappointed look. This from the author of The Mating Habits of the Common Dracus. This from Devon Lockhees, the great debunker. This from Devon Lockhees, who agreed not to interrupt or change a single word of the story he is recording. Chronicler lay his pen down and massaged his hand. Because those were the only conditions under which he could get access to a story he very much desired. Kvothe gave him a level look. "Have you ever heard the expression, white mutiny?" "I have," Chronicler said with a thin smile. "I could say it, Reshi," Bast said brightly. "I haven't agreed to anything." Kvothe looked back and forth between them, then sighed. "There are few things as nauseating as pure obedience," he said. "Both of you would do well to remember that." He gestured for Chronicler to pick his pen up again. "Very well. It was a dragon." Chapter 76. The Mating Habits of the Common Dracus. "It's a dragon," Denna whispered. "Telu, hold and overroll us. It's a dragon." "It's not a dragon," I said. "There's no such thing as dragons." "Look at it," she hissed at me. "It's right there. Look at the huge goddamn dragon." "It's a Dracus," I said. It's goddamn huge, Denna said with a tinge of hysteria in her voice. It's a goddamn huge dragon, and it's going to come over here and eat us. It doesn't eat meat, I said. It's an herbivore. It's like a big cow. Denna looked at me and started to laugh. Not hysterical laughter, but the helpless laughter of someone who's just heard something so funny they can't help but bubble over with it. She put her hands over her mouth and shook with it. The only sound was a low puffing that escaped through her fingers. There was another flash of blue fire from below. Denna froze mid-laugh and took her hands away from her mouth. She looked at me, her eyes wide, and spoke softly with a slight quaver in her voice. We had both gone from terrified to safe so quickly that we were close to laughing from sheer relief anyway. So when she convulsed with laughter again, muffling it with her hands, I started to laugh too, my belly shaking as I tried not to make any noise. We lay there like two giggling children, while below us the great beast grunted and snuffed around our fire, occasionally sending up gouts of flame. After a long several minutes, we regained control of ourselves. Denna wiped tears away from her eyes and drew a deep, shaky breath. She slid closer to me until the left side of her body was pressed close up against my right. Listen, she said softly as we both looked over the edge of the stone. That thing does not graze, she said. It's huge. It could never get enough food. And look at its mouth. Look at those teeth. Exactly. They're flat, not pointed. It eats trees, whole trees. Look at how big it is. Where could it possibly find enough meat? It would have to eat 10 deer every day. There's no way it could survive. She turned her head to look at me. How the hell do you know this? I read about it at the university, I said. A book called The Mating Habits of the Common Drakkars. It uses the fire in a mating display. It's like a bird's plumage. You mean that thing down there? She groped for words, her mouth working silently for a moment. Is going to try and top our campfire? She looked for a moment as if she was going to burst into laughter again. But she drew a deep, shuddering breath instead, regaining her composure. That's something I have to see. We both felt a shudder in the stone underneath us, coming up from the ground below. At the same time, things grew noticeably darker. Looking down, we saw the Drakkars rolling in the fire like a hog in a wallow. The ground shook as it wriggled around, crushing the fire underneath itself. That thing must weigh, Denna stalled out, shaking her head. Maybe 5 tons, I guess. 5 at least. It could come and get us. It could push over these stones. I don't know about that, I said, slapping the stone under my hand, trying to sound more certain than I really was. These have been here for a long time, we're safe. While rolling in our overlarge campfire, the Drakkars had scattered burning branches around the top of the hill. It now wandered to where a half-charred log lay smouldering in the grass. The Drakkars snuffed, then rolled, crushing the log into the earth. Then it came back to its feet, snuffed the log again, and ate it. It didn't chew, it bolted the log whole, like a frog getting a cricket down into its gullet. It did this several times, moving in a circle around the now largely extinguished fire. It snuffed, rolled on the burning pieces, then ate them after they were extinguished. That makes sense, I suppose, Denna said, watching it. It starts fires and lives in the woods. If it didn't have something in its head that made it want to put out fires, it wouldn't survive very long. That's probably why it came here, I said. It saw our fire. After several minutes of snuffing and rolling, the Drakkars came back to the flat bed of coals that was all that remained of our fire. It circled it a few times, then walked over it, and lay down. I cringed, but it just shifted back and forth like a hen settling into a net. The hilltop below was now entirely dark, except for the pale moonlight. How can I never have heard of these things? Denna asked. They're very rare, I said. People tend to kill them because they don't understand they're relatively harmless. and they don't reproduce very quickly. That one down there is probably 200 years old, about as big as they get. I marveled at it. I bet there aren't more than a couple of hundred drakkers that size in the whole world. We watched for another couple of minutes, but there was no movement from below. Jenna gave a jaw-popping yawn. Oh, God, I'm exhausted. There's nothing like the certain knowledge of your own death to tucker you out. She rolled over onto her back, then onto her side, then back facing towards me, trying to get comfortable. Lord, it's cold up here. She shivered visibly. I can see why it's cuddled up on our fire. We could go down and get the blanket, I suggested. She snorted. Not likely. She shivered visibly, wrapping her arms around her chest. Here, I stood up and took off my cloak. Wrap up in this. It's not much, but it's better than the bare stone. I held it out to her. I'll watch you while you sleep and make sure you don't fall off. She stared at me for a long moment, and I half expected her to beg off. But after a moment, she took it and wrapped it around herself. You, Master Kvothe, certainly know how to show a girl a good time. Wait until tomorrow, I said. I'm just getting started. I sat there quietly, trying not to shiver, and eventually Denna's breathing leveled off. I watched her sleep, with the calm contentment of a boy who has no idea of how foolish he is, or what unexpected tragedies the following day will bring. Chapter 77. Bluffs. I woke without remembering when I had fallen asleep. Denna was shaking me gently. Don't move too quickly, she said. It's a long way down. I slowly uncurled, nearly every muscle in my body complaining at how it had been treated yesterday. My thighs and calves were tight, hard knots of pain. Only then did I realize I was wearing my cloak again. Did I wake you up? I asked Denna. I don't remember. In a way you did, she said. You nodded off and tipped right onto me. You didn't even flicker a lid when I cussed you out. Denna trailed off as she watched me slowly come to my feet. Good Lord, you look like someone's arthritic grandfather. You know how it is, I said. You're always stiffest when you wake up. She smirked. We women folk don't have that problem as a rule. Her expression grew serious as she watched me. You're serious, aren't you? I rode about 60 miles yesterday before I met up with you, I said. I'm not really used to that. And when I jumped last night, I hit the rock pretty hard. Are you hurt? Absolutely, I said, especially in my everywhere. Oh, she gasped, her hands going to her mouth. Your beautiful hand. I looked down and saw what she meant. I must have hurt them, rather badly, in my wild attempt to climb the greystone last night. My musician's calluses had saved my fingertips for the most part, but my knuckles were scraped badly and crusted with blood. Other parts of me hurt so much that I hadn't even noticed. My stomach clenched at the sight of them, but when I opened and closed my hands, I could tell they were just painfully skinned, not seriously injured. As a musician, I always worried that something might happen to my hands, and my work as an artificer had doubled that anxiety. It looks worse than it is, I said. How long has the Drakkers been gone? I asked. At least a couple of hours. It wandered away a little after the sun came up. I looked down from my high vantage on the greystone arch. Last evening, the hilltop had been a uniform expanse of green grass. This morning, it looked like a battlefield. The grass was crushed in places, burned to stubble in others. There were deep furrows dug in the earth where the lizard had rolled or dragged its heavy body across the turf. Getting down from the greystone was harder than getting up had been. The top of the arch was about 12 feet off the ground, higher than was convenient for jumping. Normally, I wouldn't have worried about it, but in my stiff, bruised condition, I worried I'd land awkwardly and turn my ankle. Eventually, we managed it by using the strap of my travel sack as a makeshift rope. While Denna braced herself and held one end, I lowered myself down. The sack ripped wide open, of course, scattering my belongings, but I made it to the ground with nothing more serious than a grass stain. Then Denna hung from the lip of the rock, and I grabbed her legs, letting her slide down slowly. Despite the fact that I was bruised all down my front side, the experience did a lot to improve my mood. I gathered up my things and sat down with needle and thread to sew my travel sack back together. After a moment, Denna returned from her brief trip into the trees, pausing briefly to pick up the blanket we'd left below. It had several large claw rents from when the Drakkars had walked over it. "Have you ever seen one of these before?" I asked, holding out my hand. She raised an eyebrow at me. "How many times have I heard that one?" Grinning, I handed her the lump of black iron I'd got from the tinker. She looked it over curiously. "Is this a Lodenstone? I'm surprised you recognize it." "I knew a fellow who used one as a paperweight." She sighed disparagingly. "He made a special point of how, despite the fact that it was so valuable and exceedingly rare, he used it as a paperweight." She sniffed. "He was a prat. Do you have any iron?" "Fish around in there." I pointed to my jumbled possessions. "There's bound to be something." Denna sat on one of the low grey stones and played with the Lodenstone and a piece of broken iron buckle. I slowly sewed up my travel sack, then reattached the strap, stitching it several times so it wouldn't come loose. Denna was thoroughly engrossed by the Lodenstone. "How does it work?" she asked, pulling the buckle away and letting it snap back. "Where does the pulling come from?" "It's a type of galvanic force," I said, then hesitated, which is a fancy way of saying that I've got no idea at all. "I wonder if it only likes iron because it's made of iron," she mused, touching her silver ring to it with no effect. "If someone found a Lodenstone made of brass, would it like other brass?" "Maybe it would like copper and zinc," I said. "That's what brass is made of." I turned the bag right side out and began packing up my things. Denna handed me back the Lodenstone and wandered off toward the destroyed remains of the fire pit. "It ate all the wood before it left," she said. I went over to look too. The area around the fire pit was a churned-up mess. It looked like an entire legion of cavalry had ridden across it. I prodded a great piece of overturned sod turf with the toe of my boot, then bent to pick something up. "Look at this." Denna came closer, and I held something up for her to see. It was one of the Drakkars' scales, smooth and black, roughly as big as my palm, and shaped like a teardrop. It was a 1/4 inch thick in the middle, tapering to the edges. I held it out to Denna. "For you, milady. A memento." She hefted it in her hand. "It's heavy," she said. "I'll go find one for you." She skipped back to prod through the remains of the fire pit. "I think it ate some of the rocks along with the wood. I know I gathered more than this to line the fire last night." "Lizards eat rocks all the time," I said. "It's how they digest their food. The rocks grind up the food in their guts." Denna eyed me skeptically. "It's true, chickens do it too." She shook her head, looked away as she prodded in the churned-up earth. "You know, at first I was kind of hoping you would turn this encounter into a song, but the more you talk about this thing, I'm not so sure. Cows and chickens. Where's your flair for the dramatic?" "It does well enough without exaggeration," I said. "That scale is mostly iron, unless I miss my guess. How can I make that more dramatic than it already is?" She held up the scale, looking at it closely. "You're kidding." I grinned at her. "The rocks around here are full of iron," I said. "The Drakkars eats the rocks, and slowly they get ground down in its gizzard. The metal slowly filters into the bones and scales." I took the scale and walked over to one of the greystones. Year after year, it sheds its skin, then eats it, keeping the iron in its system. After 200 years, I tapped the scale against the stone. It made a sharp, ringing sound, somewhere between a bell and a piece of glazed ceramic. I handed it back to her. "Back before modern mining people probably hunted them for their iron. Even nowadays, I'm guessing an alchemist would pay a pretty penny for the scales or bones. Organic iron is a real rarity. They could probably do all sorts of things with it." Denna looked down at the scale in her hand. "You win. You can write the song." Her eyes lit with an idea. Let me see the loading stone. I dug it out of my bag and handed it to her. She brought the scale close to it, and they snapped sharply together, making the same odd ceramic ring again. She grinned and walked back over to the fire pit and started pushing the loading stone through the debris, hunting for more scales. I looked out toward the northern bluffs. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, I said, pointing off to a faint smudge of smoke rising from the trees, but something's smoldering down there. The marker stakes I planted are gone, but I think that's the direction we saw the blue fire last night. Denner moved the loading stone back and forth over the ruins of the fire pit. The Drakkars couldn't have been responsible for what happened at the Morton farm. She gestured at the churned up earth and sod. There wasn't any of this sort of wreckage there. I'm not thinking about the farm, I said. I'm thinking someone's patron might have been roughing it last night with a cheery little campfire. Denner's face fell. And the Drakkars saw it. I wouldn't worry, I said quickly. If he's as clever as you say, he's probably safe as houses. Show me a house that's safe from that thing, she said grimly, handing me back my loading stone. Let's go have a look. It was only a few miles to where the faint line of smoke rose from the forest, but we made bad time. We were sore and tired, and neither of us was hopeful about what we would find when we reached our destination. When we walked, we shared my last apple and half of my remaining loaf of flatbread. I cut strips of birch bark, and Denner and I both picked at them and chewed. After an hour or so, the muscles in my legs relaxed to the point where walking was no longer painful. As we got closer, our progress slowed. Rolling hills were replaced with sharp bluffs and scree-covered slopes. We had to climb or go the long way around, sometimes doubling back before we found a way through. And there were distractions. We stumbled onto a patch of ripe ashberry that slowed us down for almost a full hour. Not long after that, we found a stream and stopped to drink and rest and wash. Again, my hope for a storybook dalliance was thwarted by the fact that the stream was only about 6 inches deep, not ideal for proper bathing. It was early afternoon before we finally came to the source of the smoke, and what we found was not at all what we expected. It was a secluded valley tucked into the bluffs. I say valley, but in truth it was more like a gigantic step among the foothills. On one side was a high cliff wall of dark rock, and on the other was a sheer drop-off. Denner and I came at it from 2 different, unapproachable angles before we finally found a way in. Luckily, the day was windless and the smoke rose straight as an arrow into the clear blue sky. If not for that to guide us, we probably never would have found the place. Once it had probably been a pleasant little piece of forest, but now it looked like it had been struck by a tornado. Trees were broken, uprooted, charred and smashed. Huge furrows of exposed earth and rock were dug everywhere, as if some giant farmer had gone raving mad while ploughing his field. 2 days ago, I wouldn't have been able to guess what would cause such destruction. But after what I had seen last night... I thought you said they were harmless, Denner said, turning to me. It went on a rampage here. Denner and I began to pick our way through the wreckage. The white smoke rose from the deep hole left by a large maple tree that had been tipped over. The fire was nothing more than a few coals smouldering in the bottom of the hole where the roots had been. I idly kicked a few more clods of dirt into the hole with the toe of my boot. Well, the good news is that your patron isn't here. The bad news is... I broke off, drawing a deeper breath. Do you smell that? Denner took a deep breath and nodded, wrinkling her nose. I climbed up onto the side of the fallen maple and looked around. The wind shifted, and the smell grew stronger. Something dead and rotten. I thought you said they don't eat meat, Denner said, looking around nervously. I hopped down from the tree and made my way back to the cliff wall. There was a small log cabin there, smashed to flinders. The rotting smell was stronger. Okay, Denner said, looking over the wreckage. This does not look harmless at all. We don't know if the Drakkars was responsible for this, I said. If the Chandrian attacked here, the Drakkars could have been lured by the fire and caused the destruction while putting it out. You think the Chandrian did this? She asked. That doesn't fit with anything I've ever heard of them. They're supposed to strike like lightning, then disappear. They don't visit, set some fires, then come back later to run a few errands. I don't know what to think. But 2 destroyed houses. I began to sift through the wreckage. It seems reasonable that they're related. Denna drew in a sharp breath. I followed her line of sight and saw the arm protruding from under several heavy logs. I moved closer. Flies buzzed up and I covered my mouth a bit in a futile attempt to stave off the smell. He's been dead for about 2 span. I bent and picked up a tangle of shattered wood and metal. Look at this. Bring it here and I'll look at it. I brought it back to where she stood. The thing was broken, almost beyond recognition. Crossbow. Didn't do him much good, she said. Question is, why did he have it in the first place? I looked at the thick piece of blue steel that made the crossbar. This wasn't some hunting bow. This is what you use to kill a man in armor from across a field. They're illegal. Denna snorted. Those sorts of laws don't get enforced out here, you know that. I shrugged. The fact remains that this was an expensive piece of machinery. Why would someone living in a tiny cabin with a dirt floor own a crossbow worth 10 talents? Maybe he knew about the Dracus, Denna said, looking around nervously. I wouldn't mind a crossbow right about now. I shook my head. Dracus are shy. They stay away from people. Denna gave me a frank look, gesturing sarcastically at the wreckage of the cabin. Think about every wild creature in the forest, I said. All wild creatures avoid contact with people. Like you said, you've never even heard of the Dracus. There's a reason for that. Maybe it's rabid. That brought me up short. That's a terrifying thought. I looked around at the ruined landscape. How on earth would you put something like that down? Can a lizard even catch the frog? Denna shifted uncomfortably from one foot to the other, looking around nervously. Is there anything else you'd like to look at here? Because I'm done with this place. I don't want to be here when that thing gets back. Part of me feels like we should give this fellow a decent burial. Denna shook her head. I'm not staying here that long. We can tell someone in town and they can take care of it. It could come back any minute. But why? I asked. Why does it keep coming back here? I pointed. That tree's been dead for a span of days, but that one just got torn up a couple of days ago. Why do you care? Denna asked. The Chandrian, I said firmly. I want to know why they were here. Do they control the Dracus? I don't think they were here, Denna said. At the Morthen farm, maybe, but this is just the work of a rabid cow lizard. She gave me a long look, searching my face. I don't know what you came here looking for, but I don't think you're going to find it. I shook my head, looking around. I feel like this has to be connected to the farm. I think you want it to be connected, she said gently. But this fellow's been dead a long while. You said so yourself, and remember the door frame and the water trough at the farm. She bent down and rapped a knuckle against one of the logs from the ruined cabin. It made a solid sound. And look at the crossbow. The metal isn't rusted away. They weren't here. I felt my heart sink in my chest. I knew she was right. Deep down, I knew I'd been grasping at straws. Still, it felt wrong giving up without trying everything possible. Denna took hold of my hand. Come on, let's go. She smiled and tugged on me. Her hand was cool and smooth in my own. There's more interesting things to do than hunt. There was a loud splintering noise off in the trees. Crack! Denna dropped my hand and turned to face the way we'd come. No, she said. No, no, no. The sudden threat of the Dracus brought me back into focus. We're fine, I said, looking around. It can't climb. It's too heavy. Climb what? A tree? It's been knocking those down for fun. The bluffs. I pointed to the cliff wall that bordered this little section of forest. Come on. We scrambled to the base of the cliff, stumbling through furrows and jumping over fallen trees. Behind us, I heard the rumbling, thunder-like grunt. I darted a glance over my shoulder, but the Dracus was still somewhere among the trees. We got to the base of the cliff, and I started searching for a section both of us could climb. After a long, frantic minute, we emerged from a thick patch of sumac to find a swath of wildly churned-up dirt. The Drakkos had been digging there. "Look!" Denner pointed to a break in the cliff, a deep crack about 2 feet across. It was wide enough for a person to squeeze through, but too narrow for a huge lizard. There were sharp claw marks on the cliff wall and broken rock scattered around the churned-up earth. Denner and I squeezed into the narrow gap. It was dark, the only light coming from the narrow strip of blue sky high overhead. As I crept along, I was forced to turn sideways in places to make it through. When I brought my hands away from the walls, my palms were covered in black soot. Unable to dig its way in, apparently the Drakkos had breathed fire down into the narrow passage. After only a dozen feet, the crevasse widened slightly. "There's a ladder," Denner said. "I'm going up. If that thing breathes fire at us, it will be like rainwater down a gully." She climbed, and I followed her. The ladder was crude but sturdy, and after 20 feet it opened out onto a piece of level ground. Dark stone surrounded us on 3 sides, but there was a clear view of the ruined cabin and the destroyed trees below. A wooden box was set against the cliff wall. "Can you see it?" Denner asked, peering down. "Tell me I didn't just skin my knees running from nothing." I heard a dull "Hump," and I felt a wave of hot air rise up against my back. The Drakkos grunted again, and another wash of fire ran through the narrow gap below. Then there came a sudden, furious sound like nails on a slate as the Drakkos clawed madly against the base of the cliff. Denner gave me a frank look. "Harmless. It's not after us," I said. "You saw? It was digging at that wall long before we ever got here." Denner sat down. "What is this place?" "Some sort of lookout," I said. "You can see the whole valley from here." "Obviously it's a lookout," she sighed. "I'm talking about the whole place." I opened the wooden box that was up against the cliff wall. Inside was a rough wool blanket, a full water skin, some dried meat, and a dozen wickedly sharp crossbow bolts. "I don't know either," I admitted. "Maybe the fellow was a fugitive." The noise stopped below. Denner and I peered out over the ruined valley. Eventually, the Drakkos moved away from the cliff. It walked slowly, its huge body digging an irregular rut into the ground. "It's not moving as quickly as it did last night," I said. "Maybe it is sick. Maybe it's tired from a hard day's trying to track us down and kill us." She looked up at me. "Sit down, you're making me nervous. We're not going anywhere for a while." I sat down and we watched the Drakkos make its plodding way to the middle of the valley. It went up to a tree about 30 feet tall and pushed it over without any noticeable effort. Then it began to eat it, leaves first. Next, it crunched up branches thick as my wrist as easily as a sheep would tear up a mouthful of grass. When the trunk was finally stripped bare, I assumed it would have to stop, but it simply clamped its huge flat mouth down on one end of the trunk and twisted its massive neck. The trunk splintered and broke, leaving the Drakkos with a large but manageable mouthful that had bolted down more or less whole. Denner and I took the opportunity to eat some lunch of our own, just some flatbread, sausage, and the rest of my carrots. I was hesitant to trust the food in the box, as there was the distinct possibility that the fellow living here had been some manner of crazy. "It still amazes me that no one around here has ever seen it," Denner said. "People have probably caught glimpses," I said. "The swineherd said everyone knows there's something dangerous in these woods. They probably just assumed it was a demon or some nonsense like that." Denner glanced back at me, an amused curl to her mouth. "Says the fellow who came to town looking for the Chandrian." "That's different," I protested hotly. "I don't go around spouting fairy stories and touching iron. I am here so I can learn the truth, so I can have information that comes from somewhere more reliable than third-hand stories." "I didn't mean to touch a nerve," Denner said, taken aback. She looked back down below. "It really is an incredible animal." When I read about it, I didn't really believe about the fire, I admitted. seemed a little far-fetched to me. More far-fetched than a lizard as big as a horse cart. That's just a matter of size. But fire isn't a natural thing. If nothing else, where does it keep the fire? It's obviously not burning inside. Didn't they explain it in the book you read? Denner asked. The author had some guesses, but that's all. He couldn't catch one to dissect it. Understandable, Denner said as she watched the Drakkars casually nudge over another tree and begin eating that one as well. What sort of a net or cage would hold it? He had some interesting theories, though, I said. You know how cow manure gives off a gas that burns? Denner turned to look at me and laughed. No, really? I nodded, grinning. Farm kids will strike sparks onto a fresh cow pat and watch it burn. That's why farmers have to be careful about storing manure. The gas can build up and explode. I'm a city girl, she said, chuckling. We didn't play those sorts of games. You missed some big fun, I said. The author suggested that the Drakkars just stores that gas in a bladder of some kind. The real question is how it lights the gas. The author has a clever idea about arsenic, which makes sense chemically. Arsenic and coal gas will explode if you put them together. That's how you get marsh lights in swamps. But I think that's a little unreasonable. If it had that much arsenic in its body, it would poison itself. Denner said, still watching the Drakkars below. But if you think about it, all it needs is a tiny spark to ignite the gas, I said. And there are plenty of animals that can create enough galvanic force for a spark. Clip eels, for example, can generate enough to kill a man. And they're only a couple of feet long. I gestured toward the Drakkar. Something that big could certainly generate enough for a spark.
What can I do for you?
I was hoping that Denner would be impressed by my ingenuity, but she seemed distracted by the scene below. You're not really listening to me, are you? Not so much, she said, turning to me and giving a smile. I mean, it makes perfect sense to me. It eats wood, wood burns, why wouldn't it breathe fire?
Here there.
While I tried to think of a response to that, she pointed down into the valley. Look at the trees down there, do they look odd to you? Aside from being destroyed and mostly eaten, I asked, not particularly. Look how they're arranged. It's hard to see because the place is a shambles, but it looks like they were growing in rows, like someone planted them. Now that she pointed it out, it did look like a large section of the trees had been in rows before the Drakkars came.
Need help?
A dozen rows with a score of trees each. Most of them were now only stumps or empty holes. Why would someone plant trees in the middle of a forest? She mused. It's not an orchard. Did you see any fruit? I shook my head. And those trees are the only ones the Drakkars has been eating, she said.
Yeah,
There's
what do
the
you
big
want?
clear spot in the middle. The others he knocks down, but those he knocks down and eats. She squinted. What kind of tree is it eating right now? I can't tell from here, I said. Maple? Does it have a sweet tooth? We looked for a while longer. Then Denner got to her feet. Well, the important thing is that it's not going to run over and breathe fire down our backs. Let's go see what's at the other end of that narrow path. I'm guessing it's a way out of here. We headed down the ladder and made our slow, winding way along the bottom of the tiny crevasse. It twisted and turned for another 20 feet before opening up into a tiny box canyon with steep walls rising away on every side. There was no way out, but it was obviously being put to some use. The place had been cleared of plants, leaving a packed dirt floor. 2 long fire pits had been dug, and resting over the pits on brick platforms were large metal pans. They almost resembled the rendering vats that knackers use for tallow. But these were wide, flat, and shallow, like baking pans for enormous pies. It does have a sweet tooth, Denner laughed. This fellow was making maple candy here, or syrup. I moved closer to look. There were buckets laying around of the sort that could carry maple sap so it could be boiled down. I opened the door of a tiny ramshackle shed and saw more buckets, long wooden paddles for stirring the sap, scrapers for getting it out of the pans. But it didn't feel right. There were plenty of maple trees in the forest. It didn't make sense to cultivate them, and why pick such an out-of-the-way place? Maybe the fellow was simply crazy. Idly, I picked up one of the scrapers and looked at it. The edge was smeared dark, like it had been scraping tar. "Eeh," Denna said behind me. "Bitter. I think they burned it." I turned around and saw Denna standing by one of the fire pits. She had pried a large disc of sticky material out of the bottom of one of the pans and taken a bite out of it. It was black, not the deep amber color of maple candy. I suddenly realized what was really going on here. "Don't." She looked at me, puzzled. "It's not that bad," she said, her words muffled through her sticky mouthful. "It's strange, but not really unpleasant." I stepped over to her and knocked it out of her hand. Her eyes flashed angrily at me. "Spit it out," I snapped. "Now, it's poison." Her expression went from angry to terrified in a flash. She opened her mouth and let the wad of dark stuff fall to the ground. Then she spat, her saliva thick and black. I pressed my water bottle into her hands. "Rinse your mouth out," I said. "Rinse and spit it out." She took the bottle, and then I remembered it was empty. We'd finished it during lunch. I took off running, scrambling through the narrow passage. I darted up the ladder, grabbed the water skin, then down and back to the small canyon. Denna was sitting on the canyon floor, looking very pale and wide-eyed. I thrust the water skin into her hands, and she gulped so quickly that she choked, then gagged a bit as she spat it out. I reached into the fire pit, pushing my hand deep into the ashes until I found the unburned coals underneath. I brought up a handful of unburned charcoal. I shook my hand, scattering most of the ashes away, then thrust the handful of black coals at her. "Eat this," I said. She looked at me blankly. "Do it." I shook the handful of coals at her. "If you don't chew this up and swallow it, I'll knock you out and force it down your throat." I put some in my own mouth. "Look, it's fine. Just do it." My tone softened, became more pleading than commanding. "Denna, trust me." She took some coals and put them in her mouth. Face pale and eyes beginning to brim with tears, she gritted up a mouthful and took a drink of water to wash it down, grimacing. "They're harvesting goddamn offalum here," I said. "I'm an idiot for not seeing it sooner." Denna started to say something, but I cut her off. "Don't talk, keep eating as much as you can stomach." She nodded solemnly, her eyes wide. She chewed, choked a little, and swallowed the charcoal with another mouthful of water. She ate a dozen mouthfuls in quick succession, then rinsed her mouth out again. "What's offalum?" she asked softly. "A drug. Those are Denna trees. You just had a whole mouthful of Denna resin." I sat down next to her. My hands were shaking. I lay them flat against my legs to hide it. She was quiet at that. Everyone knew about Denna resin. In Tarbeen, the knackers had to come for the stiff bodies of sweet-eaters that overdosed in the dockside alleys and doorways. "How much did you swallow?" I asked. "I was just chewing it like toffee." Her face went pale again. "There's still some stuck in my teeth." I touched the water skin. "Keep rinsing." She swished the water from cheek to cheek before spitting and repeating the process. I tried to guess at how much of the drug she had in her system, but there were too many variables. I didn't know how much she had swallowed, how refined this resin was, if the farmers had taken any steps to filter or purify it. Her mouth worked as her tongue felt around her teeth. "Okay, I'm clean." I forced a laugh. "You're anything but clean," I said. "Your mouth is all black. You look like a kid that's been playing in the coal bin." "You aren't much better," she said. "You look like a chimney sweep." She reached out to touch my bare shoulder. I must have torn my shirt against the rocks in my rush to get the water skin. She gave a wan smile that didn't touch her frightened eyes at all. "Why do I have a belly full of coals?" "Charcoal is like a chemical sponge," I said. "It soaks up drugs and poisons." She brightened a little. "All of them?" I considered lying, then thought better of it. "Most. You got it into you pretty quickly. It will soak up a lot of what you swallowed." "How much?" "About 6 parts in 10, I said. "Hopefully a little more. How do you feel?" "Scared," she said. "Shaky. But other than that, no different." She shifted nervously where she sat and put her hand on the sticky disc of resin I'd knocked away from her earlier. She flicked it away and wiped her hand nervously on her trousers. How long will it be before we know? I don't know how much they refined it, I said. If it's still raw, it will take longer to work its way into your system, which is good, as the effects will be spread out over a longer period of time. I felt for her pulse in her neck. It was racing, which didn't tell me anything. Mine was racing too. Look up here, I gestured with my raised hand and watched her eyes. Her pupils were sluggish, responding to the light. I lay my hand on her head, and under the pretext of lifting her eyelid a little, I pressed my finger against the bruise on her temple hard. She didn't flinch or show the least hint that it pained her. Thought I was imagining it before, Denna said, looking up at me. But your eyes really do change colour. Normally they're bright green with a ring of gold around the inside. I got them from my mother, I said. But I've been watching. When you broke the pump handle yesterday, they went dull green, muddy. And when the swineherd made that comment about the rue, they went dark for just a moment. I thought it was just the light, but now I can see it's not. I'm surprised you noticed, I said. The only other person to ever point it out was an old teacher of mine, and he was an arcanist, which means it's pretty much his job to notice things. Well, it's my job to notice things about you. She cocked her head a bit. People probably are distracted by your hair. It's so bright. It's pretty distracting. And your face is really expressive. You're always in control of it, even the way your eyes behave. Not the colour. She gave a faint smile. But they're pale now, like green frost. You must be terribly afraid. I'm guessing it's old-fashioned lust, I said in my roughest tone. It's not often a beautiful girl lets me get this close to her. You always tell me the most beautiful lies, she said, looking away from me and down to her hand. Am I going to die? No, I said firmly. Absolutely not. Could... She looked up at me and smiled again, her eyes wet but not overflowing. Could you just say it out loud for me? You aren't going to die, I said, getting to my feet. Come on, let's see if our lizard friend is gone yet. I wanted to keep her moving around and distracted, so we each had another little drink and headed back to the lookout. The Dracus lay sleeping in the sun. I took the opportunity to stuff the blanket and the dried meat into my travel sack. I felt guilty about stealing from the dead before, I said, but now, at least now we know why he was hiding in the middle of nowhere with a crossbow and a lookout and all that, Denna said. A minor mystery solved. I started to fasten up my travel sack, then, as an afterthought, packed the crossbow bolts as well. What are those for? She asked. They're worth something, I said. I'm in debt to a dangerous person. I could use every penny. I trailed off, my mind working. Denna looked at me and I could see her mind jumping to the same conclusion. Do you know how much that much resin would be worth? She asked. Not really, I said, thinking about the 30 pans, each with a wafer of black sticky resin congealed in the bottom, as big as a dinner plate. I'm guessing a lot. An awful lot. Denna shifted back and forth on her feet. Clothes? I don't know how I feel about this. I've seen girls get hooked on this stuff. I need money, she gave a bitter laugh. I don't even have a second set of clothes right now. She looked worried. But I don't know if I need it this badly. I'm thinking of apothecaries, I said quickly. They'd refine it into medicine. It's a powerful painkiller. The price won't be nearly as good as if we went to the other sort of people, but still half a loaf. Denna smiled broadly. I'd love half a loaf, especially since my cryptic prick of a patron seems to have disappeared. We headed back down into the canyon. This time, as I emerged from the narrow passageway, I saw the evaporating pans in a different light. Now each of them was the equivalent of a heavy coin in my pocket. Next term's tuition, new clothes, freedom from my debt with Devi. I saw Denna looking at the trays with the same fascination, though hers was somewhat more glassy-eyed than mine. I could live comfortably for a year off this, she said, and not be beholden to anyone. I went to the tool shed and grabbed a scraper for each of us. At the end of a few minutes' work, we had combined all the black sticky pieces into a single wad the size of a sweet melon. She shivered a bit, then looked at me smiling. Her cheeks were flushed. I suddenly feel really good. She crossed her arms across her chest, rubbing her hands up and down. Really, really good. I don't think it's just the thought of all that money. It's the resin, I said. It's a good sign that it's taken this long to hit you. I'd have been worried if it had happened sooner. I gave her a serious look. Now listen, you need to let me know if you feel any heaviness in your chest or have any trouble breathing. So long as neither of those things happen, you should be fine.
Step on up.
Denna nodded, then drew a deep breath and let it out
Have
again.
a good one.
Ah, sweet
What can I do
angel,
for you?
Audle above, I feel great. She gave me an anxious expression, but the wide grin kept spilling out. Am I going to get addicted from this? I shook my head and she sighed with relief. You know the damnedest thing? I'm scared about getting addicted, but I don't care that I'm scared. I've never felt like this before. No wonder our big scaly friend keeps coming back for more. Merciful Telu, I said. I didn't even think of that. That's why it was trying to claw its way in here. It can smell the resin. It's been eating the trees for 2 span, 3 or 4 a day. The biggest sweet eater of them all, coming back to get his fix. Denna laughed. Then her expression went horrified. How many trees were left? 2 or 3, I said, thinking of the rows of empty holes and broken stumps. But it may have eaten another since we've been back here. Have you ever seen a sweet eater when they've got the hunger on? Denna said, her face stricken. They go crazy. I know, I said, thinking of the girl I'd seen in Tarbean dancing naked in the snow. What do you think it's going to do when the trees run out? I thought for a long moment. It's going to go looking for more, and it's going to be desperate, and it knows the last place where it found the trees had a little house that smelled like people. We're going to have to kill it. Kill it? She laughed, then pressed her hands against her mouth again. With nothing but my good singing voice and your manly bravado? She started to giggle uncontrollably, despite the fact that she was holding both her hands in front of her mouth. God, I'm sorry, Chloe. How long am I going to be like this? I don't know. The effects of Ophilim are euphoria. Check? She winked at me, grinning. Followed by mania, some delirium if your dose was high enough, then exhaustion. Maybe I'll sleep through the night for once, she said. You can't seriously expect to kill this thing. What are you going to use? A pointy stick? I can't just let it run wild. Trebon's only about 5 miles from here, and there's smaller farms closer than that. Think of the damage it would do. But how? She repeated. How do you kill a thing like that? I turned to the tiny shed. If we're lucky, this fellow had the good sense to buy a spare crossbow. I began to dig around, throwing stuff out the door. Stirring paddles, buckets, scrapers, spade, more buckets, a barrel. The barrel was about the size of a small keg of ale. I carried it outside the shed and pried off the lid. In the bottom was an oilcloth sack containing a large gummy mass of black Denna resin, at least 4 times as much as Denna and I had already scraped together. I pulled out the sack and rested it on the ground, holding it open for Denna to look. She peered in, gasped, then jumped up and down a little bit. Now I can buy a pony, she said, laughing. I don't know about a pony, I said, doing some calculations in my head, but I think before we split up the money, we should buy you a good half-half out of this, I said. Not some sad liar. Yes, Denna said. Then she threw her arms around me in a wild, delighted hug. And we'll get you. She looked at me curiously, her sooty face inches away from my face. What do
Time
you
is
want?
money, friend. Have a good
Before
one.
I could say anything, do anything. The Dracus roared. Chapter 78. Poison. The roar of the Dracus was like a trumpet, if you can imagine a trumpet as big as a house and made of stone and thunder and molten lead. I didn't feel it in my chest. I felt it in my feet as the earth shook with it. The roar made us jump nearly out of our skins. The top of Denna's head banged into my nose and I staggered, blinded with pain. Denna didn't notice as she was busy tripping and falling over into a loose, laughing tangle of arms and legs. As I helped Denna to her feet, I heard a distant crashing, and we made our way carefully back up to the lookout. The Dracus was cavorting, bounding around like a drunken dog, knocking over trees like a boy would topple cornstalks in a field. I watched breathlessly as it came to an ancient oak tree 100 years old and massive as a greystone. The Dracus reared up and brought its front legs down on one of the lower branches, as if it wanted to climb. The branch, as big as a tree itself, practically exploded. The Dracus reared again, coming down hard on the tree. I watched, certain that it was about to impale itself on the broken limb, but the jagged spear of hard wood barely dimpled its chest before splintering. The Dracus crashed into the trunk, and though it didn't snap, it fractured with a sound like a crack of lightning. The Dracus threw itself around, hopped and fell, rolling over jagged spurs of rock. It belched a huge gout of flame and charged the fractured oak tree again, striking with its great blunt wedge of a head. This time, it knocked the tree over, causing an explosion of earth and rock as the tree's roots tore out of the ground. All I could think of was the futility of trying to hurt this creature. It was bringing more force to bear against itself than I could ever hope to muster. "There's no way we can kill that," I said. "It would be like trying to attack a thunderstorm. How could we possibly hurt it?" "We lure her over the side of a cliff," Denna said matter-of-factly. "She?" I asked. "Why do you think it's a she?" "Why do you think it's a he?" she replied, then shook her head as if to clear it. "Never mind, it doesn't matter. We know it's drawn to fires. We just build one and hang it from a branch." She pointed to a few trees overhanging the cliff below. "Then, when it rushes over to put it out..." She made a pantomime with both hands of something falling. "Do you think even that would hurt it?" I asked dubiously. "Well," Denna said, "when you flick an ant off a table, it doesn't get hurt, even though for an ant, that has to be like dropping off a cliff. But if one of us jumped off a roof, we'd get hurt because we're heavier. It makes sense that bigger things fall even harder." She gave a pointed look down at the Dracus. "You don't get much bigger than that." She was right, of course. She was talking about the square-cube ratio, though she didn't know what to call it. "It should at least injure it," Denna continued. "Then, I don't know, we could roll rocks down onto it or something." She looked at me. "What? Is there something wrong with my idea?" "It's not very heroic," I said dismissively. "I was expecting something with a little more flair." "Well, I left my armor and warhorse at home," she said. "You're just upset because your big university brain couldn't think of a way, and my plan is brilliant." She pointed behind us to the box canyon. "We'll build a fire in one of those metal pans. They're wide and shallow, and they'll take the heat." "Was there any rope in that shed?" I felt the familiar sinking feeling in my gut. "No, I don't think so." Denna patted me on the arm. "Don't look like that. When it leaves, we'll check the wreckage of the house. I'll bet there's some rope in there." She looked at the Dracus. "Honestly, I know how she feels. I feel a little like running around and jumping on things too." "That's the mania I was talking about," I said. After a quarter hour, the Dracus left the valley. Only then did Denna and I emerge from our hiding place, me carrying my travel sack, she with the heavy oilskin bag that held all the resin we'd found, nearly a full bushel of it. "Give me your load and stone," she said, setting down the sack. I handed it over. "You find some rope. I'm going to get you a present." She skipped away lightly, her dark hair flying behind her. I made a quick search of the house, holding my breath as much as possible. I found a hatchet, broken crockery, a barrel of wormy flour, a mildewy straw tick, a ball of twine, but no rope. Denna gave a delighted shout from the trees, ran up to me, and pressed a black scale into my hand. It was warm with the sun, slightly larger than hers, but more oval than tear-shaped. "Thank you kindly, milady." She bobbed a charming curtsy, grinning. "Rope?" I held up a ball of rough twine. "This is as close as I could find, sorry." Denna frowned, then shrugged it off. "Oh well, your turn for a plan. You have any strange and wonderful magics from the university? Any dark powers better left alone?" I turned the scale over in my hands and thought about it. I had wax, and this scale would make as good a link as any hair. I could make a simulacrum of the Dracus. Then what? A hot foot wasn't going to bother a creature that was perfectly comfortable lying on a bed of coal. But there are more sinister things you can do with a mommet. Things no good arcanist was ever supposed to consider. Things with pins and knives that would leave a man bleeding, even though he was miles away. True malfeasance. I looked at the scale in my hand, considering it. The thing was mostly iron and thicker than my palm in the middle. Even with a mommet and a hot fire for energy, I didn't know if I could make it through the scales to hurt the thing. Worst of all, if I tried, I wouldn't know if it had worked. I couldn't bear the thought of sitting idly by some fire, sticking pins into a wax doll while miles away a drug-crazed Dracus rolled in the flaming wreckage of some innocent family's farm. "No," I said, "no magic I can think of." "We can go tell the constable that he needs to deputize about a dozen men with bows to come kill a drug-crazed, big-as-a-house dragon chicken." It came to me in a flash. "Poison," I said. "We'll have to poison it." "You've got 2 quarts of arsenic on you?" she asked skeptically. "Would that even be enough for something as big as that?" "Not arsenic." I nudged the oilskin sack with my foot. She looked down. "Oh," she said, crestfallen. "What about my pony?" "You'll probably have to skip your pony," I said. "But we'll still have enough to buy you a half-half. In fact, I bet we'll be able to make even more money from the Dracus's body. The scales will be worth a lot, and the naturalists at the university will love to be able—" "You don't need to sell me," she said. "I know it's the right thing to do." She looked up at me and grinned. "Besides, we get to be heroes and kill the dragon. Its treasure is just a perk." I laughed. "Right then," I said. "I think we should head back to the Greystone Hill and build a fire there to lure it in." Denna looked puzzled. "Why? We know it's going to come back here. Why don't we just camp here and wait?" I shook my head. "Look at how many Denna trees are left." She looked around. "It ate all of them?" I nodded. "If we kill it this evening, we can be back in Trebon by tonight," I said. "I'm tired of sleeping outdoors. I want to get a bath, a hot meal, and a real bed." "You're lying again," she said cheerfully. "Your delivery's getting better, but to me you're clear as a shallow stream." She prodded my chest with a finger. "Tell me the truth." "I want to get you back to Trebon," I said, "just in case you ate more resin than is good for you. I wouldn't trust any doctor living there, but they probably have some medicines I could use, just in case." "My hero," Denna smiled. "You're sweet, but I feel fine." I reached out and flicked her ear with the tip of my finger, hard. Her hand went to the side of her head, her expression outraged. "Ow!" "Oh." She looked confused. "Doesn't hurt at all, does it?" "No," she said. "Here is the truth," I said seriously. "I think you're going to be fine, but I don't know for certain. I don't know how much of that stuff you have left working its way into your system. In an hour, I'll have a better idea, but if something goes wrong, I'd rather be an hour closer to Trebon. It means I won't have to carry you as far." I looked her square in the eye. "I don't gamble with the lives of people I care for." She listened to me, her expression somber. Then the grin blossomed back onto her face. "I like your manly bravado," she said. "Do it some more." Chapter 79. Sweet Talk. It took us about 2 hours to get back to the Greystone Hill. It would have been faster, but Denna's mania was growing stronger, and all her extra energy was more of a hindrance than a help. She was highly distractible, and prone to larking off in her own direction if she saw something interesting. We crossed the same small stream that we had before, and despite the fact that it wasn't much more than ankle deep, Denna insisted on bathing. I washed up a little, then moved a discreet distance away and listened to her sing several rather racy songs. She also made several none too subtle invitations that I could join her in the water. Needless to say, I kept my distance. There are names for people who take advantage of women who are not in full control of themselves, and none of those names will ever rightfully be applied to me. Once we reached the peak of the grey stone hill, I put Denna's surplus of energy to use and sent her to gather firewood while I made an even larger fire pit than our previous one. The bigger the fire, the quicker it would draw the drakkers close. I sat down next to the oilskin bag and opened it. The resin gave off an earthy smell, like sweet, smoky mulch. Denna returned to the top of the hill and dropped an armload of wood. "How much of that are you going to use?" she asked. "I still have to figure that out," I said. "It's going to require some guesswork." "Just give him all of it," Denna said. "Better safe than sorry." I shook my head. "There's no reason to go that far. It would just be wasteful. Besides, the resin makes a powerful painkiller when properly refined. People could use the medicine." "And you could use the money," Denna said. "I could," I admitted, "but honestly, I was thinking more about your harp. You lost your lyre in that fire. I know what it's like to be without an instrument." "Did you ever hear the story about the boy with the golden arrows?" Denna asked. "That always bothered me when I was young. You must want to kill someone really badly to shoot a gold arrow at him. Why not just keep the gold and go home?" "It certainly shines a new light on that story," I said, looking down at the sack. I guessed this much Denna resin would be worth at least 50 talents to an apothecary, maybe as much as 100, depending on how refined it was. Denna shrugged and headed back into the trees for more firewood, and I began the elaborate guesswork of how much Denna it would take to poison a 5-ton lizard. It was a nightmare of educated guessery, complicated by the fact that I had no way to make accurate measurements. I started with a bead the size of the last digit of my little finger, my guess as to how much resin Denna had actually swallowed. However, Denna had been liberally dosed with charcoal, which effectively reduced that by half. I was left with a ball of black resin slightly larger than a pea. But that was just the amount required to make a human girl euphoric and energetic. I wanted to kill the dragon. For that, I tripled the dose, then tripled it again to be sure. The end result was a ball the size of a large, ripe grape. I guessed the drakkers weighed 5 tons, 800 stone. I guessed Denna at 8 or 9 stone, 8 to be on the safe side. That meant I needed 100 times that grape-sized dose to kill the drakkers. I made 10 grape-sized pellets, then mashed them together. It was the size of an apricot. I made 9 more apricot-sized balls and set them in the wooden bucket we had brought from the Denna plantation. Denna dropped another load of wood and peered down into the bucket. "That's it?" she asked. "It doesn't look like very much." She was right. It didn't look like much at all compared to the drakkers' huge bulk. I explained how I'd come up with my estimate. She nodded. "That seems about right, I guess, but don't forget that it's been eating trees for the better part of a month. It probably has a tolerance." I nodded and added 5 more apricot-sized balls to the bucket. "And it might be tougher than you think. The resin might work different on lizards." I nodded again and added another 5 balls to the bucket. Then, after a moment's consideration, I added 1 more. "That brings us up to 21, I explained. "A good number, 3 sevens. "Nothing wrong with having luck on your side," Denna agreed. "They wanted to die quickly, too," I said. "It would be more humane for the drakkers and safer for us." Denna looked at me. "So we double it?" I nodded, and she headed back into the trees while I made another 21 balls and dropped them into the bucket. She came back with more wood just as I was rolling up the last ball. I packed the resin down into the bottom of the bucket. "That should be more than enough," I said. "That much offalum would kill the entire population of Trebon twice over." Denna and I looked at the bucket. It contained about 1/3 of all the resin we'd found. What was left in the oilskin sack would be enough to buy Denner a half-half, pay off my debt to Devi, and still have enough left over so that we could live comfortably for months. I thought of buying new clothes, a full set of new strings for my lute, a bottle of Avanish fruit wine. I thought of the Drakkars brushing aside trees as if they were sheaves of wheat, shattering them casually with its weight. "We should double it again," Denner said, echoing my own thoughts, "just to be sure." I doubled it yet again, rolling out another 42 balls of the resin, while Denner fetched armload after armload of wood. I got the fire blazing, just as the rain started to come down. We built it larger than our last one with the hope that a brighter fire would attract the Drakkars more quickly. I wanted to get Denner back to the relative safety of Trebon as soon as possible. Lastly, I cobbled together a rough ladder, using the hatchet and twine I'd found. It was ugly but serviceable, and I leaned it up against the side of the Greystone Arch. This time, Denner and I would have an easy route to safety. Our dinner was nowhere near as grand as last night's. We made do with the last of my now stale flatbread, dried meat, and the last potatoes baked on the edge of the fire. While we ate, I told Denner the full story of the fire in the fishery, partly because I was young and male and desperately wanted to impress her, but I also wanted to make it clear that I had missed our lunch due to circumstances completely outside my control. She was the perfect audience, attentive and gasping at all the right moments. I was no longer worried about her overdosing. After gathering a small mountain of firewood, her mania was fading, leaving her in a content, almost dreamy lethargy. Still, I knew the after effects of the drug would leave her exhausted and weak. I wanted her safely in bed in Trebon for her recovery. After we finished eating, I made my way over to where she sat with her back against one of the greystones. I cuffed up my shirt sleeves. "All right, I need to check you over," I said pompously. She smiled lazily at me, her eyes half closed. "You really do know how to sweet-talk a girl, don't you?" I felt for her pulse in the hollow of her slender throat. It was slow but steady. She shied away a little from my touch. "Oh, you tickle." "How do you feel?" I asked. "Tired," she said, her voice slightly slurred. "Good and tired and a little cold." While this wasn't unexpected, it was still a little surprising considering the fact that we were only feet away from a blazing bonfire. I fetched the extra blanket from my bag and brought it back to her. She snuggled into it. I leaned close so that I could look into her eyes. Her pupils were still wide and sluggish, but no more than before. She reached up and lay her hand on my cheek. "You have the sweetest face," she said, looking at me dreamily. "It's like the perfect kitchen." I fought not to smile. This was the delirium. She'd fade in and out of it before the profound exhaustion dragged her down into unconsciousness. If you see someone spouting nonsense to themselves in an alleyway in Tarbeen, odds are they're not actually crazy, just a sweet eater deranged by too much dinner. "A kitchen?" "Yeah," she said. "Everything matches, and the sugar bowl is right where it should be." "How does it feel when you breathe?" I asked. "Normal," she said easily. "Tight but normal." My heart beat a little faster at that. "What do you mean by that?" "I have trouble breathing," she said. "My chest gets tight sometimes and it's like breathing through pudding." She laughed. "Did I say pudding? I meant molasses. Like a sweet molasses pudding." I fought off the urge to point out angrily that I'd asked her to tell me if she felt anything wrong with her breathing. "Is it hard to breathe now?" She shrugged indifferently. "I need to listen to your breathing," I said, "but I don't have any tools here, so if you could unbutton your shirt a little, I'll need to press my ear against your chest." Denner rolled her eyes and unbuttoned more of her shirt than was altogether necessary. "Now that one is entirely new," she said archly, sounding for a moment like her normal self.
Why I never came up with this idea?
I turned and pressed my ear up against her breastbone. What does my heart sound like? She asked. It's slow but strong, I said. It's a good heart. Is it saying anything? Nothing I can hear, I said. Listen harder. Take a few deep breaths and don't talk, I said. I need to listen to your breathing. I listened. The air rushed in, and I felt one of her breasts pressing against my arm. She exhaled, and I felt her breath warm against the back of my neck. Goose flesh broke out over my whole body.
Oh,
I could
can
picture
relate.
Arwill's disapproving stare. I closed my eyes and tried to concentrate on what I was doing. In and out, it was like listening to the wind through the trees. In and out. I could hear a faint crackling, like paper crumpling, like a faint sigh. But there was no wetness, no bubbling. Your hair smells really nice, she said. I sat up. You're fine, I said. Make sure to let me know if it gets any worse or feels different. She nodded amiably, smiling dreamily. Irritated that the Dracus seemed to be taking its sweet time making an appearance, I heaped more wood on the fire. I looked out at the northern bluffs, but there was nothing to see in the dim light but the outlines of trees and rocks. Denna laughed suddenly. Did I call your face a sugar bowl or something? She asked, peering at me. Am I even making any sense right now? It's just a little delirium, I reassured her. You'll fade in and out of it before you go to sleep. I hope it's as much fun for you as it is for me, she said, pulling the blanket closer around herself. It's like a cottony dream, but not as warm. I climbed the ladder to the top of the greystone, where we had stashed our possessions. I took a handful of the Denna resin out of the oilskin sack, carried it down, and threw it on the edge of the fire. It burned sullenly, giving off an acrid smoke that the wind brushed away to the north and west, toward the unseen bluffs. Hopefully the Dracus would smell it and come running. I had pneumonia when I was a tiny baby, Denna said with no particular inflection. That's why my lungs aren't good. It's horrible not being able to breathe sometimes. Denna's eyes were half closed as she continued, almost as if she were talking to herself. I stopped breathing for 2 minutes and died. Sometimes I wonder if this all isn't some sort of mistake, if I should be dead. What if it isn't a mistake? I have to be here for a reason. What if there is a reason? I don't know what that reason is. There was the distinct possibility that she didn't even realize that she was talking, and an even greater possibility that most of the important parts of her brain were already asleep and she wouldn't remember any of what was happening now in the morning. Since I didn't know how to respond, I simply nodded. That's the first thing you said to me. I was just wondering why you're here. My 7 words. I've been wondering the same thing for so long. The sun, already hidden by the clouds, finally set behind the western mountains. As the landscape faded into darkness, the top of this small hill felt like an island in a great ocean of night. Denna was beginning to nod where she sat, her head slowly sinking to her chest, then bobbing back up. I walked over and held out my hand. Come on. The Dracus will be here soon. We should get up onto the stones. She nodded and came to her feet, blanket still wrapped around her. I followed her to the ladder and she made her slow, stumbling way up to the top of the greystone. It was chilly up on the stone, away from the fire. The wind brushed past, making the slight chill worse. I spread one blanket across the stone and she sat down, huddled in the other blanket. The cold seemed to rouse her a little, and she looked around peevishly, shivering. Damn chicken, come eat your dinner, I'm cold. I was hoping to have you tucked into a warm bed in Trebon by now, I admitted. So much for my brilliant plan. You always know where you're doing, she said muzzily. You're important with your green eyes looking at me like I mean something. It's okay that you have better things to do. It's enough that I get you sometimes. Once in a while. I know I'm lucky for that, to get you just a little. I nodded agreeably as I watched the hillside for signs of the Dracus. We sat for a while longer, staring off into the dark. Denna nodded a little, then pulled herself upright again and fought off another violent shiver. "I know you don't think of me," she trailed off. It's best to humor people in delirium, lest they turn violent. "I think about you all the time, Denna," I said. "Don't patronize me," she said crossly. Then her tone softened again. "You don't think of me like that. That's fine. But if you're cold too, you can come over here and put your arms around me. Just a little." My heart in my mouth. I moved closer and sat behind her, wrapping my arms around her. "That's nice," she said, relaxing. "I feel like I've always been cold." We sat looking to the north. She leaned against me, delightful in my arms. I drew shallow breaths, not wanting to disturb her. Denna stirred slightly, murmuring, "You're so gentle. You never push." She trailed off again, resting more heavily against my chest. Then she roused herself. "You could, push more, just a little." I sat there in the dark, holding her sleeping body in my arms. She was soft and warm, indescribably precious. I had never held a woman before. After a few moments, my back began to ache with the pressure of supporting her weight and my own. My legs started to go numb. Her hair tickled my nose. Still, I didn't move for fear of ruining this, the most wonderful moment of my life. Denna shifted in her sleep, then started to slide sideways and jerked awake. "Lie down," she said, her voice clear again. She fumbled with the blanket, pulling it away so it was no longer between us. "Come on. You've got to be cold, too. You're not a priest, so you're not going to get in trouble for it. We'll be fine. Just a little fine in the cold." I put my arms around her and she draped the blanket over both of us. We lay on our sides, like spoons nesting in a drawer. My arm ended up under her head, like a pillow. She curled snugly along the inside of my body, so easy and natural, as if she had been designed to fit there. As I lay there, I realized I had been wrong before. This was the most wonderful moment of my life. Denna stirred in her sleep. "I know you didn't mean it," she said clearly. "Mean what?" I asked softly. Her voice was different, no longer dreamy and tired. I wonder if she was talking in her sleep. "Before, you said you'd knock me down and make me eat cold. You'd never hit me." She turned her head a little. "You wouldn't, would you? Not even if it was for my own good?" I felt a chill go through me. "What do you mean?" There was a long pause, and I was beginning to think she'd fallen asleep when she spoke up again. "I didn't tell you everything. I know Ash didn't die at the farm. When I was heading toward the fire, he found me. He came back and said that everyone was dead. He said that people would be suspicious if I was the only one who survived." I felt a hard, dark anger rise up in me. I knew what came next, but I let her talk. I didn't want to hear it, but I knew she needed to tell someone. "He didn't just do it out of the blue," she said. "He made sure it was what I really wanted. I knew it wouldn't look convincing if I did it to myself. He made sure I really wanted him to. He made me ask him to hit me, just to be sure. And he was right." She didn't move at all as she spoke. "Even this way, they thought I had something to do with it. If he hadn't done it, I might be in jail right now. They would have hanged me." My stomach churned acid.
Oh,
"Denna,"
sure.
I said. "A man who could do that to you, he's not worth your time. Not one moment of it. It's not a matter of him being only half a loaf. He's rotten through. You deserve better." Who knows what I deserve, she said. He's not my best loaf. He's it. Him or hungry. You have other options, I said, then stalled, thinking of my conversation with Diop. You've got... I've got you, she said, dreaming. I could hear the warm, sleepy smile in her voice, like a child tucked into bed. Will you be my dark-eyed Prince Gallant and protect me from pigs? Sing to me. Whisk me away to tall trees. She trailed off to nothing. I will, I said, but I could tell by the heavy weight of her against my arm that she had finally fallen asleep.
Chapter 80. So that should be an easy to remembering number B. So, because I have 10 minutes cooldown on my Hearthstone, I can't even get it done. So, Priest played last at the 5th. Warlock is next. And I'm not sure about this. So, so much relatable things. But more of the story tomorrow. We'll play today something more. Or maybe not. Maybe I might make a short stream of 4.5. Why not? And the journey goes on tomorrow.